Today's the day. People will get to hear your album. How are you feeling? People think it's your sophomore album, but it's not your sophomore album.
No, it's my 7th album.
It's your 7th album.
Yep.
Mic drop on that.
No, for real. The cigarette
real.
is actually what I've been doing.
So how are you feeling today?
So relieved.
Relieved?
Overwhelmed, excited, nervous. I'm feeling everything.
Well, the last one, short and sweet. Short and sweet, that would be you.
Thanks.
What was such a juggernaut? Do you feel pressure that, oh, I hope people like it, or is it as good as that last one? Do you feel that at all?
I think
Can I just go first? I've already heard it, and yes, it is. I can't wait for you guys to hear it, but you answer the question.
Well,
let's proceed.
My intention when I started writing this album was to start writing it before I felt pressure to follow something up. So I don't feel that really. I feel like it's its own thing. I think that it's sort of like, I don't know, when you have like a bunch of movies, you know, and every movie is different in your discography. It doesn't really, you know, I think as a collection and a culmination of things together, it just becomes your work.
Yeah.
But they all stand on their own. So
that's a good way to put it. They all stand on their own.
I think so. Should we sit here?
Yeah, where do you want? Which side am I on, guys?
This table's so well lit. I feel like we should sit here.
I said, is this a pretty restaurant?
Yeah,
is this
gorgeous.
a real place?
Yeah,
it's pretty. Have you been here before? I like this.
I love it. It's beautiful.
Okay.
Cheers.
Cheers to us.
Cheers to us.
Cheers to us. Okay, Man's Best Friend album. So when people first saw the cover of Man's Best Friend, there was a lot of tisk, 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 and oh my. Yeah, tisk, 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 and oh my.
Yeah.
What was your reaction to people's reaction?
Like, y'all need to get out more, I think. I was actually shocked because I think between me and my friends and my family and the people that I always share my music and my art with first, it was...
And whose opinion you trust.
And whose opinion I trust very much and who know me better than anyone. It just wasn't even a conversation. It was just like, it's perfect for what the album is. It's perfect for, you know, kind of what it represents. And I don't know, everything about it to me just felt like so opposite of like the world ending. So I was excited. I was excited it made him feel something, and also excited that, you know, I think it's really interesting that so many different parts now, I think, of an album, a project can have so many different meanings and be looked
interpretations.
Into. Interpretations, yeah, exactly.
So when you said the people that know you got it, what was your intention? What is the message you're trying to say on this cover, if anything?
I think to me, like you said, it's so up to interpretation, but...
What's your interpretation?
My
That's
interpretation is, it really is being in on the control, being in on your lack of control and when you want to be in control. Like, I think as a young woman, you're just as aware of when you're in control as when you're not. And I think some of those are choices. And I think for me, this whole album was about the humanity of allowing yourself to make those mistakes, knowing when you're, you know, putting yourself in a situation that will probably end up poorly, but it's going to teach you something. And I think just looking at that and being able to laugh at yourself, laugh at the other person, laugh at the relationships, and not take it all too seriously was the goal. And also the idea of knowing when you're not in control, you're still in control, if that makes sense.
Because one of the comments was, it can't be all three. Some people say... Oh,
you read all the comments. Yeah.
Well, not all of them, just a couple. Sabrina can't have it both ways. If it's a satire of how men treat us, it can also be a straightforward image of a woman being submissive just because it's sexy.
Right.
When you heard that or read that, what did you think?
There's just a lot of pointing fingers for, you know, I mean, at that point, they hadn't heard the project. They don't know me. They don't know my intentions. They don't know the stories I'm telling. So I try to take it with a grain of salt and also know that, like, my fans that know me and know the person behind the music look at that photo and they know exactly what it is. And people that have no idea who I am absolutely look at that photo and go, like, where are her parents?
Yes,
My parents actually saw the photo and they loved it. So I think it's all, you know, dependent on everyone's individual life experience, how they're viewing their own lives. It's like looking in a mirror. so many of these reactions that you get to stuff you make is really a reflection of other people. It's not even really so much your work. I think it's just how they see themselves in your work.
I love, Sabrina, that you were so unapologetic about the work and your songs and your art.
Thanks.
I love that about you.
You gotta be, otherwise you won't make it out.
No, no, seriously, because some people can't handle the controversy or the criticism, and you seem to say, "Okay, bring it on," and you're not apologetic about it.
Everyone has their days where it hits differently.
Yeah.
If I'm on my cycle, those comments are gonna hurt more, you know? But I think for the most part, I've been dealing with people saying mean things about me since I was very little. I started a YouTube channel when I was 9 years old. I would post covers of songs of artists I loved, and I would say, you know, people saying the worst things in the world about a 9-year-old. So I've been dealing with it since I was a kid. Now, when they're very targeted and they're very specific, it just feels...
It stings?
Yeah, it can. It can, because you want to be able to individually tell those people, no, this is what I meant. I'm a real person. It's okay. Like, I'm not trying to offend anyone. But if you do that, they find something wrong with that. And then it's kind of an endless spiral. So I have learned to listen to the people that are around me, that love me and know me, that, you know, trust me and have a drink and call it a day.
And whose opinion that you respect and admire. Because this is what I've learned. It took me a minute to get there, because I would be so hurt about something. I would sometimes call the people up. Hello, this is Gayle. I read that you said, and instantly people, by the way, back to, oh my God, Gayle, I'm so sorry. I can't believe you're calling me.
Yeah.
But then you have to get to the point where, as long as the people that know you, love you, respect you, and you feel good about it yourself, then you can't, otherwise you'll go down a rabbit hole of craziness. Because I say a lot of these people are keyboard warriors. They say stuff they would never say to your face.
Absolutely.
Never say to your face.
Yeah, and that's a great way to put it into perspective. You know, most of the time it's so easy to say this stuff when you're never gonna say it to someone's face. And also, I always say, you don't have to like what I do. I think there's this weird misconception that every artist has to check every box for everyone to like everything about them. It's never been that way. It's never gonna be. So I'm okay if Tommy from Arkansas doesn't like what I do, you know? And if there's more people, like, as long as, you know, the people that I'm speaking to that do connect with me and relate to me feel that connection, then I'm happy.
You are so good.
Thanks.
Oh my God. That's such a good answer, though.
Thanks.
I'm okay if Tommy from Arkansas.
Well, and there's more Tommies where that came from, but yeah.
Are you proud of this album?
Very proud. I feel like sometimes there's this idea that there's pressure for artists to make a project. You know, there's a timeline. There's sort of like...
well, it was surprising that this one came out so soon after the juggernaut of last year.
And I think it's just because of the fact that I was inspired, and I'm trying not to take that for granted. And I think that's why I'm so proud of it, because I felt like I really made it for me on my own terms, and not because I felt swayed or pressured to like make the next thing. And I think that's why it happened so effortlessly. I was just going through a lot, and I was like, well, I could either, you know, sit and sulk about it, or I could write about it. And it doesn't mean I have to put any of this out, but if it ends up feeling special, and it did, then I will. And I got to make it with 3 of my favorite people, 3 of my best friends, Amy, Alan, Jack Antonoff, and John Ryan. And it just was so special. Like, it really felt like magic. And from top to bottom, it really is, it's a chronological album, which I don't think any of my albums beforehand have really been as...
It's chronological?
Yeah, I mean, sonically and lyrically, it's really chronological as well. That's why I really love when people listen from top to bottom.
Well, the titles stand out to me. It's one of the rare albums that I heard the title and I thought, I want to hear this song. My Man on Willpower, Sugar Talking, We Almost Broke Up Again Last Night, Never Getting Laid, When Did You Get Hot, Don't Worry, I'll Make You Worry, House Tour. What are you saying, Ms. Carpenter, to us?
Like a lot of crazy stories, crazy conversations. I think, you know, my favorite thing is being able to pull from something that feels so real, or something that kind of, you know, takes you back how blatantly honest it is, and make a song about it. And I think this one in particular felt like a lot of it was rolling off the tongue. And that's all you can ever hope for when you're writing songs.
Were these things that you had gone through? Because, for instance, Sugar Talking, Put Your Loving... Well, you tell me your favorite. I'll name the title.
Okay, I'll take my
and
favorite.
Then you tell me your favorite line out of it.
Okay.
Sugar Talking.
I would say, you're saying that you miss me, boy, do you want a prize? That one kind of like, also put your love in where your mouth is like kind of the tagline for the song.
Yeah. Sugar Talking isn't working tonight. I love that line.
Yeah.
My Man on Willpower.
Oh my goodness. There's so many favorites in this song. I think the whole second verse is amazing. It's sort of like, yeah, okay. It's sort of like a run-on sentence. It's like, yeah, okay, he's on his big journey to find a little zest to life, a new sense of purpose, but why? I'm right here, I'm waiting. The joke can be over now, like, stop playing. And then it's My Man on Willpower is something I don't understand. And I think the whole song was really just autobiographical, unfortunately.
Never Getting Laid. Now, the title made me think one thing, and then I hear the lyrics and I went, go Sabrina, Never
Thanks.
Getting Laid.
That one is, I just hope you get agoraphobia one day, and all your days are sunny from your window pane. Wish you a lifetime full of happiness and a forever of never getting laid.
What is the backstory there?
You know...
What his name is.
You know, actually, that one was a bit of a turning point for me because I'm so used to writing bitter songs, and this one felt like being bitter, but with a lot of sweetness. It was like, I really don't actually wish any ill will on you. I want you to live a good life. I think the thing that hurts the most is when you find someone else and I have to watch it, you know? So if you could just stay locked up in your house forever, but be happy and have a good life and good things will happen to you.
I wish you well.
I wish you well, just don't be with another person. That would be great for me.
You know, that's the other thing that struck me when you just said the word sweetness. I think that you are one of the best at saying bleep you, but you say it in such a sweet way that I don't even realize you're saying what you're saying because it's so sweet and so melodic to me.
Thanks.
Is that part of your charm and appeal? Because what was that song?
I guess it is.
We were talking about that. That's it. It is the ultimate bleep you song.
What is it? Please, Just Please is very... Are you talking about from this album?
Yeah, yeah. I love Please. I love Please, Please, Please. But from this album, there's one song where you said, she's basically saying, bleep you, but you said it so nice. Don't worry, I'll make you worry.
Correct. Don't worry, I'll make you worry is even from the title, it sounds like a threat, but
Yes.
it's like, it's all just said with a wink. It's said with like a pat on the back. I think that is the way that I communicate. I think, you know, for the people that I've loved and lost and the people that I've loved and kept somehow, they know that that's always kind of been part of my personality. It's like, I love really hard. If you with me, there will be consequences, but also I know that I loved you once for a reason, so I keep that very close to me, and I do try to keep it lighthearted as much as I can. Because
I think your pen is very sharp and you can be
Thanks.
very sarcastic, but you also say this about yourself, I don't have an evil will or evil bone in my body. I am not that girl.
No, I mean, yeah, that would be crazy to say. I think every girl once a month has an evil bone, but I don't think in this case it's something that lasts very long. I think anytime that you deal with something that hurts you, it's like a circle. You go through all the stages and you come back around, and then you look back and you go, okay, like maybe I acted wrong or out of line. And I think a lot of this album, as much as it's calling out other people, I'm also calling out myself.
You do also. Give me a song where you called out yourself, for instance.
Even in Man-Child, which starts the whole album, you know, it's I like my boys playing hard to get. I like my men all incompetent.
Yeah.
And I swear they choose me. I'm not choosing them. And it's all sarcastic, you know. It's like I know that it's my fault just as much as it's theirs. But again, it's part of what I think I'm supposed to be experiencing right now in life. It's something that feels so heavy when you're in it, but then you look back and you're like, oh, sweetie.
But you know, when you write this well, and you write with things that are going on in your life, do you worry about men saying, I'm afraid to mess with her? I'm afraid. You know, the last album, they were saying it was about Barry Keoghan, Bed Kim. You never said it is or it isn't about him.
Right.
Or is it, or
I just wouldn't say.
You wouldn't say.
It's more fun for people to picture the person in their head than the person I picture in my head, I think.
Yes. But for him, he got a lot of backlash because your fans are very loyal.
Correct.
Did you feel badly when he was going through that, or did you feel, but that's not on me? I never said it was about him.
You know what's funny about, I feel pretty transparent going into any of my relationships that I write songs, and I think they're just as down for. I think it's also most of the time they've been pretty flattered when they get a song written about them, good or bad. I think they're just excited to get a shout out. I'm not scared of men in that sense. I'm scared of men sometimes, but I'm not scared of
in that sense.
In that
yes.
sense, I'm not scared. I think I will attract exactly who I'm supposed to attract. And again, we were talking about this earlier. There's so much conversation around women that are honest and strong and opinionated and determined and focused.
Told intimidating, scary, yeah.
Yeah, but I'll intimidate. In fact, I think it's good. I hope I intimidate someone and then they come closer. I think that means I'm, dealing with someone that is at least mentally strong enough to kind of surpass some of that emotional immaturity. Yeah.
Did you feel bad when he was going through that? Did you feel responsible in any way, or did you think it really is not on me? I was curious about that because he felt he had to release a statement about it. Yeah,
and I support whatever he feels like he has to do, and also I always handle my kind of relationships in private, no matter what's going on. So I think he's a strong boy, I'm a strong girl. It's also part of it. I think that's why it was nice to be able to kind of communicate with someone that is experiencing this whole industry in the same way under like a microscopic lens.
Do you worry about men being afraid to date you because if it doesn't work out, then you'll write something about them?
No, because I really do think at the end of the day, they wouldn't make it past the first round if they didn't know what they were getting into. Like, it's like The Voice. It's like American Idol. It really is just sort of like, letting those people into your space in the first place. I say in my last album, I know I have good judgment. I know I have good taste.
I know I have good taste.
It's ironic, only I feel that way.
Yes.
But it's the truth. And I think, no, I would never be worried about that. I'm also just not worried in general about men not wanting to date me because the ones I have wanted to. And then, in the future, maybe I won't. Maybe I will. I think that's what's so funny about being this age is you're sort of like really living in the moment.
Yes.
You're like, that was yesterday, tomorrow let's see what comes. But I would never stop doing what I love and being honest for the sake of a potential future mediocre relationship. Right?
Yes. No, I totally,
Would you?
No, I totally agree. And I totally get that. And I think it's also different for women too.
Everything's different.
Everything is different. Women are judged very differently.
Yeah.
And how do you navigate that for yourself in your music?
Broadly? Like just being judged?
Yes.
It's been unfortunate to watch it not just happen to me, but so many women. Like, I always say this, but when I go see live shows, I'm just like so in awe by the amount of effort and hard work and attention to detail and thought that women put into every aspect and every detail of their shows, their songs, their outfits, the accessories, the staging, the choreography, the vocals, singing live, which some people like to also have comments on. Everyone's a vocal teacher now.
Yes.
There's just so much, and like you said, you have to be resilient, but it sucks that we have to learn to just be resilient and not other people have to learn how to just like enjoy what they enjoy and keep their mouth shut when they don't enjoy something. We've all become very vocal, which is really good for certain things and really not productive for other things.
The song that also came out today, Tears. But the thing that I think is really fun is the video.
Thanks.
I'm watching the video and I go, is that
Coleman Domingo?
Coleman Domingo, Sabrina?
Isn't he just everything?
Yes. How did that come about?
I mean, I've just been the biggest fan of his. I always wanted to work with him, but I was like, in what world would we ever make sense?
Did you know him?
I've met him at a party before, and he came up to me and was so sweet and was just saying the nicest things about my music. And I was like, I didn't even know you knew who I was. This is just such an unexpected love affair. And so I was listening to Tears, and I was like, I think this video is really him. He's kind of like narrating it for me, and I think the song represents more than just women. I think it's really an anthem for more people.
He seemed all in too.
Yeah,
he
was like, I want to wear all the outfits.
Tell us about that shoot.
He was so dedicated, so professional, showed up, learned everything on the spot, wanted to wear every wig, wanted to wear the corsets, wanted to wear the massive heels and stilettos. And for me, it was just like, we just have to have so much fun. And it felt like we were kids. It really felt like we were little kids just playing dress up. It was great.
That was, see, they just said, take a look at this video. And when he popped up, that was a surprise.
It's an actual jump scare.
Yes. So I can't wait for people to see that. You said something interesting. You said he came to you at a party and you didn't know. You were surprised he knew who you were. Are you surprised that people know who you are? I saw you at the Grammys. We were all standing in line to say, hi, Sabrina, hi. Are you surprised that people know who you are?
Some people, yeah.
Are you?
Yeah. I think there's also just like people that I feel like we live on different planets or something. So I'm always very surprised. I think even at the Grammys, that was a huge day where I was like, you know me?
Yes.
Because I know you.
Yes.
It was very special. I just love talented people. It's really...
I do too.
It's the coolest thing, You really get to meet such a special, candid person. And for Coleman, he was just the best performer I could have ever asked for.
And will you be performing at the Super Bowl when Taylor performs?
Who knows?
Because I actually think I know nothing. I know nothing.
And
I actually think that's going to happen. But the big news, of course, is that they're engaged.
I know. I'm so happy for them.
But this is the thing that was so great. It's like it made worldwide news. And I was so glad that I think people are craving joy and sanity, and that's what the two of them are together. Yeah. Were you surprised that the reaction was as big as it was?
No.
No.
No. I'm just happy for them.
And then, when she said that you were going to be on the album, I'm very excited about that.
Me too.
Yeah. How's the song on that one? Lips are sealed.
I have to let her give it all away. It's her baby, and I'm just so thrilled and honored. I mean, I've been looking up to her since I remember the first time I heard a song by her. I was 8 years old on the school bus, and I was just like, my life was changed. Yeah, I was, and I've told her that she's seen all the videos of me when I was little, so it's a very full
But you opened
circle.
for her.
Yeah.
Taylor called you the pop princess of our dreams.
I mean, coming from her, that's crazy.
I know,
very
but
sweet.
I think that's so nice.
Thanks.
And I think that's how many people see you.
Oh, thank you.
But how do you feel about you?
Yeah, I'm the pop princess of my dreams.
No, I know you're not going to sit and go, yes, I am the pop princess of my dreams. But was this your dream?
Absolutely.
Was it?
Yeah. The proof was in the pudding. I mean, there's just the most obnoxious videos of me as a child singing my heart out with the craziest outfits on, and, started writing songs from the time I was 10. And I think that only happens when you know it somewhere inside of you, because there was just no other reason that I would have been so connected to it, I think. But getting to do it now, it's almost way more fun in the last year or two, because I really feel like the way that people have connected with the music, it's given me the ability to kind of be like, oh, what have I actually always dreamt of doing as a pop singer? Let me wear that outfit. Let me do this performance. Let me, like make this ice cream with my face on it. Like there's just so many silly things, and I'm able to kind of not take it too seriously and really enjoy it. I
could see you doing country too. Do you ever think about country? I'm curious, because I think your voice lends itself to many things.
Thanks.
But have you ever thought about country?
Well, it's funny.
Or not really?
Well, I'm from Pennsylvania.
I know.
And for some people that are from Pennsylvania, like I didn't grow up but I grew up in the country. I grew up like in the middle of nowhere. And my mom has this like sort of thick Philly accent, but it leans into like a Southern thing sometimes. So when I was younger and I was covering country songs, I had the thickest accent.
Southern accent.
And as I've gotten older and I've been playing with, songwriting and again, like not taking everything so seriously, it's come out in some of my songs.
But you don't come from a musical family.
Well, it depends on who you ask.
In terms of your mom and dad.
Yeah. Because they're not very good, but they would defend themselves.
Oh, they would?
Say
Okay.
That they're very musical. My mom's an amazing dancer. My dad said that he was in a rock band. That's all I got.
How are your parents processing all of this?
Honestly,
because you're the youngest of 4 girls. I like that. I'm from 4 girls. Yeah. How are they processing all of this?
I think they're just really grateful that, that their support kind of
got you here.
Got me here, yeah.
And how about you in terms of fame? Because you are so white hot right now in terms of your career. Everyone's Sabrina, Sabrina, Sabrina. How are you handling all the attention and the fame? Is it hard for you? Does it worry you? Because I think not everybody's prepared for it when it hits the way it's hitting you.
Yeah. I don't know if I have like some sort of filter on, but I do think maybe because I started quite young, you know, some of it's still weird. You every once in a while you deal with an interaction or something where you're like, that's kind of strange, or like people don't maybe treat you like a normal person. But for the most part, I feel really lucky to have gravitated towards people that feel like people, and I try to keep them around me as much as I can.
Now, when you said it kind of weird, would Dolly Parton be one of those moments? Because I love that she's on Please, Please, Please.
I know, me too.
I also noticed, Sabrina, that you said, but with her it was like the others.
Mother Dolly gets to decide if we're swearing or not.
I noticed the lyrics changed for that. Yes.
Yeah, I would change the whole song for her if she wanted.
But is that one of those moments where you go, I can't believe I'm sitting in this car, and she says that you now have her heart and her head, that she feels so protective over you. But was that one of those moments you're in the car with Dolly Parton and you're singing a song together? I thought that was cool.
I think that's just one of those moments you actually can't really understand what's going on. You just stare at her and you're like, is it real?
Yes.
You know, but she's an angel. I got the stories of a lifetime from her sitting in that car and singing that song together. I think the biggest compliment was that she was like, don't you just think our voices blend so well together? She was like, you remind me of a little me sometimes. She's like, you know, when you get older, I'm gonna give you all the info you need and you know, get you all the wigs and get you all the doctors and all the things. And I was just like, yeah, you know what? You give me everything because you are one of my favorite people. She was just so special, special.
And I just thought just to be able to do that with her, I thought was really special. Sabrina, do you ever just sit and listen when new music is coming out? Do you ever just sit and listen to it yourself, by yourself?
New music by other people?
No, by you.
Oh,
I mean, when you're getting ready for your album, I'm curious about your process. Do you sit and listen to it one after the other and say, I want to put this one first and this one?
Yeah.
What's your process?
I just did it the other day. I mean, my favorite thing is listening to an album before everybody else has it. I think the second other people have it, it starts to take on new lives of its own. Mm-hmm. But you know, the moments before it goes out into the world are like the moments where I get to remember all the things that I wanted to remember when I was making it, what I want to put out into the world. But I care a lot about the order on this album. The order is really important to me. So getting it right usually is like a really tedious process of like listening in 1,000 different orders and moving one song up 3 spaces and another song down. And this album, Man's Best Friend, I got so lucky that the second time I listened to it in this order, it was the right order.
It's what you wanted.
Yeah, and it just made me feel all the things at the right times, you know? You're kind of, once you finish the next song, you're sort of like, I wonder if this is gonna, and it takes you there, and it's a very fun order.
Do you ever dance to your own music? Because I dance to Sabrina Carpenter songs.
If I
can't help it. Yeah, do you dance to your own songs?
I dance and I cry and I scream and I'm like always with my friends, just sort of like being able to feel the lyrics as much as I can.
Yeah.
Yeah. You have to like what you make, otherwise maybe no one else will like it.
Yes.
Yeah.
What's your favorite Sabrina Carpenter song when you're feeling sad? What's the one when you're feeling happy?
Don't Smile is my favorite right now when I'm feeling sad. That's one of my favorite songs I've ever made. Too. When I'm feeling happy, wow. From this album, I would say Nobody's Son is one of my favorites to listen to when I'm feeling happy. My Man on Willpower is one of my favorites when I'm feeling happy. And House Tour, I would say.
House Tour. Let's talk about House Tour.
Okay.
Because House Tour, let's just say it's one of those songs because it's really so much more than about the house. Your songs are very sensual and very sexual.
Yeah.
In this particular song, you know, you go on the different floors and things are happening on the different floors. So what is it about, there's a lot of sensuality in your song.
Yeah.
Deliberately so.
Yeah, I think that just happened so naturally.
Does it?
When I started, you know, becoming more sexual as a person, I think it's just something that's a part of life. You want to write about it. I didn't realize it was as taboo of a topic until I started writing about it more freely. And then you sort of get into that place where you're like, you know, I feel as though I'm being pretty harmless and I'm being pretty playful with the way that I say these things. So I do. I just do what makes me happy, what makes me laugh, what makes me feel like, you know, girls in their room are going to be getting ready to. And I think that's a lot of what gets me excited.
So it doesn't sound overtly sexual to you?
Of course it does.
Oh, okay.
Well, sometimes. I
Yeah.
mean,
Okay.
again, it's all.
But that's
it's all
what I
very
like
cheeky.
about. But that is what I like about it. I think it's very.
Thanks.
It's. I feel like we're in on the joke.
And
You know, of what you're saying.
And some people
That-
are,
that-
and some
that's-
people aren't. But you are.
I do feel that.
Yeah.
You know what I like about your music is that it's unapologetic, and I think there are some people that would listen to the music and they'd be clutching their pearls.
Correct.
Yeah, and so I wonder. But then I'm thinking, but then the song isn't for you. That's how I look at it. Then
And-
this song isn't for you.
It is not for the pearl clutchers. The album is not for any pearl clutchers. No, but I also think that even pearl clutchers can listen to an album like that in their own solitude
Yes.
and find something that makes them smirk and chuckle to themselves.
No, because it's sexual. It's also very powerful. It's also very vulnerable.
I think that's the thing is sometimes people hear the lyrics that are really bold and they go, I don't want to sing this in front of other people. It's like, it's almost too, it's TMI.
Uh-huh.
But I think about being at a concert with, you know, however many young women I see in the front row that are screaming at the top of their lungs with their best friends. And you can go like, oh, we can all like sigh of relief, like this is just fun. And that's all it has to be. And we can cry to the sad songs together. And I think, again, it makes a lot more light. I think that's what's really exciting about this album. Even though it comes from a lot of really
Painful things.
painful places, confusing moments in my life, I was able to sort of turn it into something that's so celebratory and weirdly like bring a lot of light to my life and to my friends. And as simple as that sounds, or as cliche as it sounds, it's sort of something that excites me right now.
And today, are you in a good place? You said it comes from painful places and
Yeah.
things. Are you in a good place?
I'm
Or still work in progress?
ebb and flow, girl. Ebb
Yeah.
and flow.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I'm so proud of this album. So I do think that that's making me feel really excited.
You love an innuendo in your music when you're writing. Because, you know, people see funny, quick-witted. Where do you get your sense of humor from? Because honestly, you're so, to me, unabashedly yourself.
It comes from a dark place. I think all good humor comes from something dark. It's just about, you know, looking at things and kind of seeing it from a lot of different angles and sides. And my humor is such a huge part of how I'm able to cope with anything I'm dealing with.
Do you have a process in writing your songs? Do you?
I do. I have many different processes. I think for me, the thing that always jumps out the most is lyrics first.
Me too, yes.
And concepts. I'm always sort of thinking about like an experience I'm going through, and even though I'll be looking at you having a conversation, I will be thinking that this would make a good song, unfortunately. So that has been, you know, the root of many songs. And then, like I said, you know, I got to write the entire album with one of my best friends, Amy, who we're able to share every part of every detail of our lives together, and I think that just makes it so much more fun when you're able to kind of say things in songs that you would actually just say in real life, or that I've actually said in real life. And this particular
That's
album,
how your lyrics feel to me, that it's stuff that you have said in real life.
I think
that's
also
what it
because
says
I'm
to me.
hoping that they get back to the source, and whatever that source is, I feel like it's fun. In this particular scenario, it was Jack Antonoff and John Ryan who are both producing this album alongside me, and then Amy Allen and I, who, you know, kind of wrote all the lyrics and melodies together, and all of us that came together to make it all. And I think it felt like a band in a lot of ways. Like someone's on the drums and someone's over here playing the synth, and then we're on the tambourine, and, you know, then I'm cutting vocals. We're all doing gang vocals together. And it was really exciting to be able to be like, what if we just tried this? Like, what if we actually just did the most dramatic, annoying thing possible right now, see if it works, and if it does, exciting.
Yes.
And if it doesn't, we'll scrap the
We'll
whole
scrap
song.
it. You've also said this, you're always thinking about your life and your music like it's a movie.
Yeah.
What is a movie now for you?
The movie, there's like a lot of suspenseful music.
Yes.
There's some cliffhangers sometimes. It's truly an up and down. I think the misconception is that it's, you know, a sunshine and rainbow fest. It's obviously like, I think anyone that makes music and puts themselves out on display knows that it's a lot of emotions. But I think for me, the movie is versatile, if nothing else.
Yes.
Yeah.
You in a good place right now?
Today here with you, I'm in a lovely place.
I feel that too. I
Yeah.
feel that about you too.
I've been listening and watching a bunch of your interviews, and you did something when talking about this album, which really kind of surprised me. Was in two different instances, you actually mentioned Broadway shows.
Yes.
Like West Side Story,
Yeah.
King and I. And I was like, I have not heard a lot of rock stars reference
No,
Broadway shows.
It's weird, right?
Yeah.
I think I always loved theatre.
You did.
I always loved mime and theatre and everything. I think that
Yeah.
really stemmed from kind of my love of David Bowie.
Yeah.
You know, and Freddie. I think these people were so theatrical.
Yes.
I was either gonna be like try and be a Broadway singer or be in a rock and roll band. I was always torn.
Yeah. Were you really?
Yeah, always torn between the two.
Yeah.
I think
Where did the Broadway aspiration come from?
it was the way the music made me feel.
Yeah.
I think when you listen to the overture of West Side Story, it gives me just as many goosebumps as like, I don't know, like House of the Holy, Led Zeppelin. You know what I mean? I think because it comes from the same imaginative place.
Yeah.
I think theatre has the most in common with rock music than most other genres. You know, I think when you look at like a Night at the Opera Queen or
Yeah.
you look at a Guns N' Roses show,
Yeah.
I think they're so theatrical, and AC/DC. You know what I mean? I think when you go and see it, so theatrical. I think that's why stadiums of people
Yeah.
come and see rock gigs, because it's theatre.
Yeah. That's so interesting.
I was into walking into a room and being transported into another world.
Yeah.
I just loved that idea of like, right,
Yeah.
10 minutes before I'm out on the street with me mum and it's cold and I've got school tomorrow.
Yeah.
And then 25 minutes later, I'm in
Yeah.
New York in the 50s and I'm
Yeah.
like, this is sick. You know what I mean? I think I was always, I spent a lot of time as a kid in my imagination. And so I really love like war movies and I really love like history. So I think going to see theatre, I loved being immersed in something else, even though I knew it was not real.
Yeah. Did you like being inside your own head?
I think so.
What did you do with that when you were a kid? With a mind that was turning like that?
It was hard, I think. I think a lot of people saw me. People either loved me or saw me as a distraction or naughty or a problem.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I think it's kind of like my drama teacher, my history teacher loved me
Yeah.
because I was or my music teacher, anything I was immersed in,
Yeah.
I just couldn't put the pen down.
Yeah.
But I think when you're a louder than life character who has a lot of questions and a lot of opinions, I was always Marmite. I think
Yeah.
you either love me or you hate me.
Yes.
I'm quite like that now, I think. You know what I mean? People like you or they absolutely don't.
How do you feel about you?
I think same. Some days I'm like, I hate you, and some days I'm like, you're all right.
You're too much.
That's the battle I face.
I think we all face a version of that, I think.
100%.
It takes a lot of nerve to start an album these days with a 9-minute song,
Yeah.
but I love it.
I mean, I love it too. I mean, my record company didn't. It went green. When I walked in, I was like, right, I have an idea. Really excited. I'm going to start with a 9-minute transitioning opus. It's going to be an opera. And they're all just like, what? Why? I'm like,
Yeah.
I just think that was actually the last song that came off the album. I was listening to it and I'm like, it's almost great.
Yeah.
It's really, I love the journey.
Yeah.
But how do I get from a Yungblud people have known before
Right.
to this crazy opus that I'm trying to write? And I was like, I needed the glue. I needed an overture. When I think about theatre, I was thinking about
Yeah.
all that Bernstein, Sondheim stuff that like
Yeah.
almost builds the world around you.
Yeah.
And it had to be first because it was rock. This album is rock. I think for the past, I grew up in a guitar shop. I love rock music.
Yeah.
It's been my education. I was like, every aspect of it fascinated me.
Yeah.
But for 6-7 years, I've almost had to twist it to get it onto playlisting or radio. I've had to almost like turn the guitars down and put hip hop beats on top of rock music. When with this album, I'm like, no, we're going straight throat at the wall rock.
Yeah.
So I needed this adventure, and I was like, I want to start it by this 9-minute crazy mad song that I really think sets the stall for this album, going into the film, going into the tour. This elongation of the imagination, instead of it being like just dopamine hits of like, I was kind of bored of like jingles. Songs at the minute are jingles. It's like selling toothpaste. It's like, ha 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 ha.
Yeah.
And I was like, let's do something mad. Let's do something that we shouldn't do. Let's do something that's almost like career suicide.
Yeah.
Just to like mess with the system.
Yeah.
And then it happened. And it was cool. And now the label love it. It's funny in hindsight. Like, I'm so happy we started with a song. I'm like, hang on a second. I remember that first meeting. You're like, everyone just like, hey, what are you thinking? And I was like, I don't know. I think when you approach an album from a purist mentality, I think that's when people truly understand it. No matter how mad it is, people can fully go, I hate that or I love it.
Yeah.
They're not on the fence. They're not like, it's all right.
Yeah.
It's the worst thing ever.
Yeah, it is.
It could be when you make art, isn't it? Yeah, it's all right.
It's all right.
Instead of like, I hate that.
Yeah.
Like, cool. Or I love that. I'm like, cool.
You want some kind of reaction.
100%.
Yeah. So you grew up with music all around you. Was your family playing rock? Where did your love of rock
It
came
was
from?
my granddad.
It was your granddad.
My grandfather played keys and Wurlitzer. He auditioned for T-Rex and didn't get in.
Really?
Crazy. He got down to like the final 3.
Wow.
But he had big curly hair, so I think it like looked too much like Mark Bolan, you know what I mean? And my granddad played rock music and toured in America as a session musician.
Yeah.
Saved up money and went back to the north of England, because I'm from a place called Doncaster, which is smack bang in the middle of London and Scotland.
Yes.
So bands in the 70s, 80s, 90s, whatever, there were no music shops in the north.
Yeah.
So on the way to Scotland, if they broke strings or wanted to buy a guitar, or if you like want to buy a new amplifier if you're a successful musician, you had nowhere in the north. So my granddad saved up his money and started a guitar shop.
Right. What was it called?
It was called Music Ground. And then my dad grew up within that shop, and my dad is the most unmusical person ever, but he's obsessed with guitars.
Yeah.
He can tell, he's like an expert, he can tell you when it was made, how many drugs have been sniffed off it, what bodily fluids are on it, anything, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
He can tell you absolutely anything about the instruments, obsessed with guitars. And then I grew up, 6 hours old outside the hospital. Yeah. They took me to my dad's counter and put a Beatles ukulele across my knee. So I grew up in a guitar shop. Yeah. And it was the guys in the shop really that would teach me about like Screaming Jay Hawkins and Bo Diddley and Muddy Waters and how that became the Stones and the Beatles, and then how that became Oasis and Pearl Jam and Black Sabbath and everything. And rock music was really like kind of a big education of mine in a guitar shop. But I didn't want to sell them, I wanted to play them.
Right. What were you thinking growing up in Doncaster?
It was strange because I was very much in this unorthodox rock and roll world of in a guitar shop. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like family business, cash in hand, old as soul, because I was 7 hanging around with like 18 to 45-year-olds who were working in the shop. Right. And then I had to take that mentality to school. And school was obviously a lot more, very English kind of second name, Harrison. Yeah. You know what I mean? Yeah. So I think I had this like rock and roll Saturday job. Yeah. And then it would bleed into everyday life.
Were your friends playing rock and roll? No.
Yeah,
they were. Some of them were?
What we did was, there were 3 music venues in Doncaster. There was the Leopard, there was the Vintage Rock Bar, and then there was the All Cross. We never really played the All Cross, but there were 2 venues. Yeah. And all our mates' bands would play every other Saturday, and we'd all come to the gigs.
Did a career in it seem possible to you there?
It's so funny. Sometimes people criticize me because they believe that growing up in a guitar shop gave me a leg up. But it was weird because it was actually like the graveyard of musicians that tried and didn't necessarily make it. So it was quite a negative connotation towards me. Yeah. Even giving this a go, because it's like, don't want to do that, man. It's like,
Yeah.
broke us all, kind of. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
we tried that, and it was brutal.
Yeah.
But I was always, in any aspect, wanted to be an entertainer. I had to do it. I think in any capacity, I wanted to be on stage.
Yeah. That's interesting. When did you first feel that?
So people would teach me like The Trooper by Iron Maiden or like Wonderwall or Smoke on the Water on guitar.
Yeah.
I remember being in the shop, playing that, and then getting the validation of like my Uncle Shane being like, whoa, that you played that really good.
Yeah.
And I was like, that feels good to kind of play
Yeah.
something and have someone be impressed by
Yeah.
me playing something.
Yeah.
But then I remember like school production, they were doing Hairspray or something.
Yeah.
And I was like, all right, cool, that'd be cool.
Yeah.
Auditioned for that, went on stage, had a tiny part or whatever because I was only young. But I remember like being in front of like, I don't know, 200 people
Yeah.
and being like, whoa,
Yeah.
this is cool.
Yeah.
And like feeling the buzz after it and like
Yeah.
the heart palpitations 2 minutes before the curtain
Yeah.
opens. I was like, whoa, I kind of became a bit addicted to it.
How did you decide what you wanted to write about?
I really think Yungblud came out of a place of me and my friends feeling really unrepresented when I moved out of London and Brexit happened.
Right.
And I think it was almost a massive generational wave of where Instagram and iPhones and information that we could kind of learn and process and had access to, conversations in college, in the pub and school, and then Brexit, and I think a lot of, I don't know, I think a generational wave in terms of a big movement in sexuality and gender,
Yeah.
politics. I think a lot of the Brexit campaign was built upon lies, and we saw that on the phone. So me and my friends were kind of having these conversations that weren't represented in music. You know what I mean?
Right.
Everything on the
Yeah.
radio was like, I love you, baby, and
Yeah.
we're going to make a life together. And it was really like bubble gum. And I remember going out to London and meeting music people. I moved out of London at 15.
You moved to London at
To London
15?
at 15 years old, yeah.
Yeah. What made you move to London at 15?
Donny was great, but I'd played the same venues over and over again. And it was kind of like, there was just no, in my head, I'm going to go down to London and I'm going to be a rock star in a year.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? In that mental imagination or ambition that I've got.
Was there an actual plan attached
Hell
to that?
no. I was like, right, that's it. I'm going to do it. And
Yeah.
I'm going to like, and I'm going to vibe. And I got down there and I was like, oh, whoa, this is big. And this is angry. And there's loads of people. And this is really real. You know what I mean? And I moved to basically right at the dead end of the Northern Line, which is like the metro.
Yeah.
A place called Osterley. For
Yeah.
75 quid a week with a lady called Marge. She had loads of cats and she'd make lasagna every night for free.
Not bad.
So that was all right, man, because all I wanted to do was spend my money on beer,
Yeah.
gigs, and this rent. And I think I started to have these conversations with 16-year-olds
Yeah.
who were a bit like me, you know what I mean, like arty, kind of 16-year-olds with a lot to say. And we didn't feel represented musically. I think we were listening, like anything I felt represented by was like 40 years old, like the Sex Pistols or the Clash or
Yeah.
early U2, you know what I mean? I think that's what I kind of felt represented by.
Mm-hmm.
So then Yungblud came about just by me writing songs, and I literally just started talking into my iPhone about things that me and my friends would talk about in the pub.
Yeah.
And I had obtained a following in the Netherlands. No one cared in England, but the Netherlands were the biggest rock band in the Netherlands within 6 months. And I was like, wow. You know what I mean? We were trying to get signed and all that.
What do you think the Netherlands locked onto you?
I don't know, man. I think, can I tell you what? The Netherlands and Australia, and Berlin, they're genuinely cool people because they don't necessarily follow a trend.
Yeah.
You know, in the UK and the US, we're always kind of a little bit like, ooh, this magazine said this, or this outlet said this, so maybe I should check it out.
Yeah.
In Berlin and the Netherlands, I think people genuinely go to gigs on a Friday night to find something new.
Yeah,
I think it's very, rooted in the culture. And when you go to like a German festival and you walk into a dance tent, you haven't seen anything like it, man. It's basically just like arseless chaps and flamingos, and everyone's kind of like, yeah, man, I'm into it. You know what I mean? And like, I think here everyone's like, what is that? What is going on? But I think they're a little bit more open, I think.
Yeah.
To a new, I don't know, man, a new idea.
So it was 6 months, you said, but when you said
I remember it was about.
did you release an album?
No, I was 16. I met my guitar player Adam.
Yeah.
We moved in, and my drummer Mikey.
Yeah.
We moved into a 2-bedroom flat. Adam lived in the living room.
Yeah.
In Clapham South, and it was pretty terrible, to be honest. Like live wires on the wall.
Yeah.
And we were like, right, we're gonna give it a go. And it was about, I would say it was about 7 months, and we started getting traction in Holland, but no one would write about us in England. So we were just like, kept going to the Netherlands.
Yeah.
I'm like, we're just gonna be the AC/DC of the Netherlands. All right, fair. No one else cares. I'm down. Just moved to Amsterdam, and
There are worse lives.
I'm telling you, man, I said, eat cheese. You know what I mean? I was like, whatever. We'll move to Amsterdam and eat cheese. And then I remember what was crazy. A guy called Grant Owens in LA had this show called We Found New Music. And he was listening to Dutch radio. And I'm on Dutch radio talking about whatever I'm talking about.
Yeah.
And he says, yo, I really think you should come to LA and play my night. And I go to my manager, I'm like, please, Dad, let me go to LA. And he says, all right, cool. Why don't we take a trip via New York first, do a bit of writing to make it economically worth it.
Yep.
And I was like, all right, cool. So we go to New York, and I take me mate Emmett, and I was writing with a guy called Dave Katz, and his studio was in the Universal building in New York City.
Yeah.
And I had this Irish friend who was an assistant to the managers, and this guy could get us into any nightclub, I'm telling you, just got that Irish, like.
Yeah.
So we pretended he was my drummer. Yeah. And when you go to the Universal building, you get these stickers that expire after 12 hours, probably similar to you.
Yeah.
You get a sticker that expires. And he rode the elevator all day pretending to be my drummer in the Universal building, and walked into buildings like, yo, you heard this Yungblud kid? Yeah, he's blowing up outside the UK. I'm telling you, it's like rock music. Irish, right? Selling it. By the time we get to LA, I have 7 major labels sat on the front row of this showcase. Yeah. And we got signed that week. It was pretty crazy. So from being massive in the Netherlands, we got a deal with Interscope Records. Yeah. Pretty crazy.
How did you pick the name Yungblud?
I didn't. It was my manager. I was the youngest person on my management roster, and I thought Dominic Harrison was a bit polite for what I was writing about. And he was like, all right, Yungblud. He just called me the Yungblud every day. And I was like, that sounds fun. Yeah. And you don't really think about it, do you? You know, when you're like 18, you're just kind of like, yeah, that'll do. And I took out the O's because it looked too polite. And YUNGBLUD, W, double the flavour. Yeah. I was like, all right, that seems cool. Because you don't expect 7 years later to be in New York City on the news. Yeah. You know what I mean? I just think it sounded good, and it sounded like this. It sounded like this new, fresh take on an old ideology, which was rock music. Yeah. And I was like, this feels. I don't know. It felt exactly. It encapsulated everything I was at that time. I was like the Yungblud in this new, with this new idea. Yeah. And that's what I thought I had. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I know people have asked you over the years that when you get older, how do you call yourself Yungblud and all that?
Funny.
But you know, if you get big enough, nobody cares.
That's what's interesting. I remember in this life, in this career, the things I've ever mainly got insecure about. Yeah. I didn't even know about myself. I read on the internet. I'm like, wow, is that what people think about me? You know what I mean? Yeah. And everyone was like, how are you going to be Yungblud forever? Yeah. And that at the end of the last album, going into Idols, I really started to fall out of love with the name, because I was like, that started to play on my mind. Yeah. And I don't know, I think this staple of youth that I had become was almost used against me for an older generation. They were like, oh, I can't like that. That's for the kids. Yeah. And I was like, no, this is for everyone. I really wanted this thing to be this community for everyone, no matter what you are, you know? So that's why I started the festival.
Right.
I think,
Bloodfest,
I started Bloodfest because I was like, I want to almost put everyone in one place because I was completely lost, didn't know where to go. And I wanted to almost like take stock. And
how were you, you've used that word lost a bunch in interviews I've heard. How did you feel lost?
I think I was completely out of control and swamped by opinion. When you start this at 18, you're so full of hope, ideas, energy, fearlessness, just like, this is what I have to say. You don't expect within a year to go from 50,000 followers on Instagram to 2.2 million within a year. You're like, whoa.
Yeah.
And the initial culture is all positive. Oh my God, I relate to you. This is, but, and then the mainstream gets involved and starts to question integrity. Where did it come from? Why did it get so big so quick? Blah, 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 blah. And for a 19, 20, 21-year-old, I found that really hard to handle.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, what do you mean you think I'm inauthentic? I'm just being who I believe this.
Yeah.
And you're not jaded yet.
Right.
You know what I mean? As a kid, you're so full of positivity and you think the world is gonna love you and the world's a great place and everything's fun and it's only rock music, so it's just gonna, you know what I mean? I think,
But you're also 18 years old and you're really not sure who you are yet.
yeah, I need and I think you're down to experiment in every facet of your life.
Yeah, which you're supposed to do.
Which you're supposed to do, genre-wise, music-wise, everything, clothing-wise. Sometimes I look back at my outfits, I'm like, what am I wearing? You know what I mean? I'm like, what are you wearing?
Yeah.
But then I hit like 25 and that gas tank runs out.
Yeah.
It kind of, this youthful optimism and this excuse to not necessarily give a definitive answer.
Yes.
When you hit 25, 26,
Yeah.
people don't buy that anymore.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I think, and I didn't have any time to go away and go, like, who am I? Like, after all this, toured the world 3 times, I've done loads of things, who am I? And this kind of, again, this Yungblud, first facet of Yungblud had run out.
Yeah.
It kind of, so I was like, right. And I wanted to put everyone in one place because I was really hoping in my head it would give me an answer, or it would at least give me another crack through a window that I could explore.
Yeah.
And it did, because I was like, when I went to Bloodfest, it was the first time I saw families coming together. There was mums, grandparents, babies, obviously 15,000 lunatic 19-year-olds going crazy at the front.
Yeah.
But then as it went, it was the first stadium we'd ever played. There were 27,000 people there in the first year.
Where was it?
Milton Keynes Bowl.
Oh, in Milton Keynes.
Yeah, I mean, the National Bowl.
Yeah.
And it kind of gave me this idea, and it really made me fall in love with the name again, because it wasn't, Yungblud wasn't me anymore. It wasn't just a kid from the north in pink socks singing about politics or whatever the hell I was singing. It was this movement of all ages, of all colours, of all ideas. People were there for the first album, people were there for the second, people were there for the third, people were there just because they maybe don't like the music, they just saw an interview I did or whatever. Yeah. And it made me basically go, like, I can't control what people perceive me as.
Right.
The only thing I can do is make things that I love and try and build this community with as much energy and care as I can. And that led me into Idols.
Right.
And finishing an album I started 4 years ago that I've been deterred from doing.
Right. You've said that Idols was really about letting go of your idols.
Yeah. Really kind of almost confronting legacy instead of kind of bowing down to it. Yeah. I never met Bowie. Yeah. He was on my wall. Yeah. But I never met him. Yeah. So every little revelation or epiphany that I had from looking at that photograph was
actually from inside you.
From within me.
Yeah.
When you put on music and you put on a song that you love, the hope the ignition of hope or the change in the mood or the confidence, it all comes from within you.
I was reading about an encounter you had with a fan who came up to you and said, your music saved my life.
Yeah.
And your response was?
I said, no, it didn't. I said, you saved your life. My music was potentially a soundtrack or a kickstart in the morning or a little bit of hope. The answer came from you. For the universe and the world and a human being to kind of give, almost allow me to say what I needed to hear to her.
Yeah.
It was weird. It was a beautiful moment because I was like, oh, wow, I think this album's going to mean a lot to a lot of people because it was like the album's idea personified in an encounter with a fan.
It's so interesting that you got to that point. I mean, how did you get to that point?
One misconception about me is I'm not in control of my career. I think a lot of people can see me as a major label funded act, you know. I think I've been in control of absolutely everything since I was 18 because it started with my phone. Mm-hmm. And what's strange about when you look at your phone is you compare yourself to 15 different people before you've had your breakfast. You read absolutely everything about you. I think when I talk to older idols of mine, they said what was beautiful about necessarily the olden days was they didn't have real-time reaction.
Right.
Can you imagine like Floyd putting out Dark Side of the Moon and seeing what Instagram had to say about it when Breathe came out? You know what I mean? They didn't have real-time reaction. They could there's a Frank Zappa quote when it was like, when labels in the old days would just throw money at something and just not get involved, it was a lot purer because the artist got to see through the idea. Mm-hmm. And I think what kind of got me to this point, I read every opinion, and on
social media?
On social media, from a label, from every aspect of my life, I would listen to what everyone had to say, because ultimately, all I've ever wanted to be was liked by everyone since school, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I think that was what I was craving, and it really led me into a downward spiral because I was completely out of control. Everything that I thought about myself was a reflection of something I read.
Yeah.
So then that led me to kind of have a strange relationship with food and alcohol, and I think Bloodfest was a moment what reset me. And I kind of got sober for a year, started boxing 5 days a week, and attempted this album that's the most ambitious album I've ever done.
So how did you regain control of yourself?
It was weird. It was boxing.
Was it?
It was so weird. I tried therapy, but sometimes that works for people, and I would recommend it for some people. But sometimes it felt like I was doing an interview.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It was like, talk about this, and I would fall into, I don't know, preconceived scriptures that I'd
we all have them.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, we do. Yeah.
So then I was like, and I found, I knew something had to change. I was like, I was using alcohol and food as a means to control. It's the only thing in my life that I had control of. Like, I'm going to eat this big plate of food, or I'm going to drink this till I get completely blackout, because I had control of it.
Right.
And then I went to a gym, and I met a producer called Pete Berg, and he has a British boxing gym in LA, and I love a British cliche, me.
A British boxing gym in LA?
Exactly. I was like,
I didn't know there was such a thing as a British boxing gym.
I fully agree with you, and I was like, wow, what? And I just fell in love with boxing.
Yeah.
I figured out when I went there, I would address inner aggression, inner trauma, within my own head while I'm in a ring, and it was the closest thing I'd ever experienced to being on stage or anything you navigate as a successful musician.
How did that work? I mean,
it was crazy. It's like he started me sparring within 2 weeks. He was like, "We're gonna fight 2 days a week."
Right.
Because when you're in that thing, I wasn't doing 12 rounds, but I was doing 6.
Yeah.
Right. If you waste your energy too quickly, you're gonna get hit in the face.
Yeah.
If you let your guard down, you're gonna get hit in the face.
Yeah.
If you let your anger or your aggression or your emotion get the better of you, you're going to get hit in the face. And it kind of taught me this thing about navigating this dance. It's like you have to commit to your choices.
Yes.
You have to watch what the other person's doing.
Yes.
And you have to remain grounded and feet planted. And it just taught me this whole thing about navigating rock music or navigating.
Well, it gave you it gave you a personal lesson in self-discipline.
Exactly, and it gave me this. I can't be out till 4 a.m. because tomorrow morning at 9 when I'm in the ring, I'm going to be throwing up because it's the hardest sport in the world. And there's also this level of respect in a boxing gym. No matter if you're amateur or you're a pro, you walk in and you say hello to everyone. After a world of judgment and a world of noise and a world of kind of wasting my time, learning nothing, I'd been catapulted into this new obsession and this new hobby that was all about respect and all about humanity and all about being in the center of your head. I think like when you kind of go into a boxing gym, it's like when you spar with someone, it's the most honest conversation you can ever have. And you're literally like trying to punch each other, but when the bell goes, you have to look each other in the eye and say, thank you. It's weird, but it was the craziest turnaround that I've ever, and I did not think I'd be a boxer. I'm like Billy Elliot, you know what I mean? Like theater, rock and roll to boxer. I'm like, all right, in reverse. Do you know what I mean? I was like, all right, cool, and I love it. And I think
was it immediate?
Yes.
Yeah.
I tried to take my friends, they didn't like it. Because I'm a deeply aggressive person, not like angry, but in terms of when I'm on stage, I'm aggressive energetically. And I've got ADHD, so I think if I don't use up my energy, it turns into anxiety, or it turns into my mind moves too fast. So when I can get if I can get 30% of my battery bar out before 11 a.m., I'll have a good day. Do you know what I mean?
I know exactly what you mean.
It's bizarre.
No, it makes complete sense.
Because then you're just not having these weird, unnecessary thoughts or twitching.
Your mind doesn't spin quite as fast.
No, it's like, and the vibe is like because every vehicle of my business I run, when I'm trying to lock a lineup for a festival, and you lock 5 acts and then 3 drop out and then 2 more come in and then 2 drop out and then you've got a clothing line and then you've got an album to finish and videos and and when I can kind of, I'm like, everyone's like, I need an answer from you. I'm like, right, give me 30 minutes and I go get on my punch bag and I come back with a rational answer. I don't answer for example, say like something doesn't go my way, I don't react emotionally. I try and react pragmatically and go, okay, what's the solution to this? Because there's always opportunity in disaster. You know, I think that's one thing. Me and my manager are really close with, my manager Thomas. That's that kind of our motto within. Because my manager found me at 15 in London. And we built this thing together completely from scratch. And I think every time we've had disaster, we've got bigger from it. You know what I mean? It's weird.
That's where you get tested.
Yeah, I just think that's where you learn. Like, if you fail 10 times a day and succeed once a week, your success will be exponentially.
Well, I heard you say that, and I love that because it's true. It's like it's
interesting the way the world is now as well.
Well, it's like what I always said to my son. I'm like I don't care if you fail. I want you to fail.
Yeah, that's where you're gonna learn the most.
Yeah.
My vibe is like, and what's strange about the internet is, with 15-second dopamine hits and videos, you don't get taught about failure. Everyone's always at the end goal on the internet. My vibe is like, you will not you will not appreciate what you have unless you've failed at it so many times.
That's absolutely true. It's like everything.
And that's longevity.
Was there a particular failure you had that you feel taught you the most?
I think it was my last the album before this one, Yungblud, was letting everyone's opinion come into play. And it was weird because I was in New York. This album came out, it went #1 in 7 countries, and I failed because I compromised. I made an album that was somebody else's opinion of what I should have made. And almost I think by being backed into a corner so hard, I almost made a caricatured version of what young people wanted Yungblud to be, instead of going like, where am I at? Truthfully. And I think it was the biggest lesson in failure that I'd ever had, because when you make an album with your head, people are always going to intellectualize your art. Right? People are going to give you good reviews, people are going to give you bad reviews. When you make it with your head and you try and do something and then people pick it apart, you kind of get stung harder because you're like, oh, they caught me.
Yeah.
If you make it with your heart and you make it with everything you've got and people hate it, you're kind of like, well, I can't really do anything about it because this was truly a emotional gurgitation coming out of my body.
It was absolutely genuine.
It was absolutely genuine, and if you don't, and that it's interesting. Like last week with the VMAs when we did that tribute to the boss, to Ozzy. I gave that everything I could for him, and I think so this time when I read the reviews on the internet, people loved it, people didn't. I just tried my best to do that for him. So I was comfortable with reading polarization. Because,
whatever people had to say.
Because when it comes out of you, and when you really mean it, and when you really do it from a place of love, and it was pure. Yeah. You know what I mean? I was excited, I was emotional, I was completely off the rails because I was just like trying to do something for my hero, and it was completely pure. So when you read the polarization on the internet, don't matter, because it was authentic to me. You know what I'm saying? I think
absolutely. Well, then I want to go back to this notion you had a second ago about failure, because, I mean, as you said, that album went #1 in 7 countries.
Yeah.
Most people would not consider that a failure.
Yes, I agree.
But you did.
I did because it wasn't for the right reasons.
Right.
I think with it all, it's the craziest thing to look at yourself in the mirror, and it does often perplex people, that notion of, oh, I just knew it would start well and it wouldn't last, because it wasn't 8 layers, 9 layers deep like the other projects were. Why the first project was so deep, because I made it for myself.
Yeah.
Because no one cared.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? No one was listening to it. So with Idols, I had to really go. And then Weird.
You had to find that guy again.
I had to find that guy again. Because the first album you make for yourself. The second album, wow, look at all this. These people love it. I'm just going to throw paint at the wall and explode with expression. Third album, so many opinions get in the way. And then I had to reclaim myself.
You had to go back to trusting your own gut.
Yes.
Which you had trusted in the beginning.
Yes.
Where did that trust come from?
When I was on stage, I made people feel something. In school productions, in gigs. And that doesn't come from a place of like cockiness or arrogance. I just knew that I could make people move, and I could make people jump, and I could make people laugh, and I could make people cry.
You knew it because you'd felt it.
Yes, I didn't know why. I still don't know why. I just have this thing, how to make a decision tonight when there's 4,000 people out there. I know how to make a move. And I know, I just know how to bring people together. Like I'm good at throwing parties. I'm good at like linking my friends together. I'm like, oh, you should work with that person. You should work. I'm quite good at that. And that was the only.
So it was tested.
Yeah, it was always tested. Obviously, like when you're in Donny, and you're making 200 people laugh in a school production, applying the same gut feeling to now 10 million followers on the internet and 7 businesses seems weird, but it's exactly the same thing.
No, you're right. It's a leap, but it is the same.
It's the same thing. It's just like going like, okay, shutting your eyes. The answer's always there. I think in this life, our instinct is the most powerful thing we've got. It's what kept us alive 2,000 years ago. You know what I mean? It's like, and what's interesting is your instinct always reacts first before your brain can process it and rationalize that idea. So my advice to like a lot of new artists, I'm like, when someone asks you a question, that first reaction you get there, Do not shut it down. Because often we go, oh, I'm going to shut that down because people might not like it, or it might be. That first thing is probably the most pure answer you've got.
Yeah.
So like, sometimes I'll either write it down or I'll be like, oh, stop. Or I'll tell people to stop talking so I can, like in the studio, it's funny. When I'm making something, I'm a nightmare because I'm like, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up. Da-da-da-da-da. Okay, go again. Or, you know what I mean? Or the tape's always got to be rolling because that primal instinct is a thing that a lot of us don't listen to, and a lot of us should listen to more. I think it's kind of because it makes us pure and it makes us truly individual.
Yeah.
As artists, as builders, as mathematicians, as anything. I think that first knee-jerk instinct is the magic.
I want to ask you, you brought up Ozzy, and I want to ask you about Ozzy in a minute, but let me go back to a couple things that I know you've talked about in the past. One is, I mean, you talked about growing up in a guitar shop, and something I just heard in a podcast you were talking about was that guitar shop ultimately had to shut down.
Yeah.
How long ago was that?
So I was probably about 11.
When that happened?
No, my baby sister had just been born. I was about 10, 11, and my middle sister was about 8, 9.
Yeah.
And I remember I had a full family business.
Yeah.
Dad, granddad, mum worked in accounts.
Right.
I worked in the shop every Saturday, Sunday. I was obsessed with it. Full on, like, good day, we're getting a Chinese, bad day, egg and cress sandwich on the train. You know what I mean? Like, kind of family business. And I remember we were manufacturing amplifiers, and we were selling guitars. And people stopped playing guitars. PlayStations, DJ decks, rap got big, was rearing its head.
Yeah.
You know, I remember those first, when I was 6, 7, 8, 9, Christmas was sick for me because Christmas holidays, I'd go and work in the shop, and young kids like 7, 8, 9, 10 to 15 were coming in to buy Epiphone Les Pauls. Yeah. So on Saturdays, we had 5 shops in London. You know what I mean? It was we had 5 shops in London. It was like booming. Yeah. And I would go between the shops, and I don't know, I remember those days of like young people were playing guitars. Yeah. AC/DC, Guitar Hero. It was like Guns N' Roses, Arctic Monkeys, indie and rock was big. And then it tailed off. And I remember we went into liquidation, and it was extremely stressful because when it's a family business, it's all within my father and my grandfather's control, and that put tension on their relationship, and then that brought that home, and it was weird to go through because we had a business, it was successful, and then it failed, and then it was successful again, and then it completely failed.
At the sort of center of the split, how old were you?
About 11.
About 11. When the shop goes under, when something that had been the center of your life goes under like that, what's happening in your mind?
It was wild. I just think, like, for me, I was like, to see my dad and my grandfather were my superheroes. Like, I was like, they were just cool. Like, they ran this dope thing. Like, and I had uncles. They weren't really my uncles. They were like friends, the employees, and like, I don't know, we'd like go to the shop, and then we'd go to play five-a-side football, and then we'd go to the pub, and I had this like family of superheroes that I would look up to that would, for a month, completely shells themselves. Like, a choke up, it's so weird. Shells themselves because the empire had fallen, you know what I mean? It was like, whoa. And I loved going to the shop every Saturday. And I was like, what do you mean we're not going to do that for a while? And obviously everyone's screaming at each other because everyone's trying to hold on to the Titanic. You know what I mean?
That's got to be incredibly traumatic for you.
It was rough, but the way my dad and the way my father navigated it taught me so much about what I do now. Yeah. Business, he kept his shit together. Yeah. He really kept himself together and was like, when everyone else was freaking out, I saw my dad just be like calm, be like, right, we're gonna, and really kind of take my granddad through, like, we're gonna sell this, we're gonna do this, we're gonna do this, we're gonna keep one shop, we're gonna do that, we're gonna do that, we're gonna do that, and we kept one shop. And I think it was the turn of online, and I watched my dad stay up for weeks and learn about websites like Reverb and how to sell guitars on the internet. I remember there was one night when, with all that, because he was buying and selling online, and a studio desk became available. Like, I don't know, like an old rock star's desk became available in Cincinnati, and he started big, and then he could sell it in Germany.
Yeah.
But I remember watching him stay up all night and read books, because he was a guitar salesman. He didn't really know about desks. He knew a little bit about gear. But I remember watching him stay up all night and learn about this thing so he could sell it to keep the house afloat for 4 months. You know what I mean?
Yeah. You saw him fight to basically survive.
I learned from him, you don't go down unless you choose to.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I learned, take that ball and run. No matter how many people kick you in the mud, if you get up and you just keep running, you're gonna get a touchdown.
Yeah.
I just learned that. I remember.
Do you think about that a lot still?
I think about it a lot. I remember him. I didn't go, I was like going to school the next day, and I kept going down the stairs every couple of hours. I could just see him just reading. And he was up for days, just like, I'm gonna do. And it was like a big lesson. And I think when I think about business or what I run now, like, my dad was always really instrumental in that, because I think, and then my dad and my granddad were quite, in the beginning, skeptical about me doing music, because they were almost like the Grim Reapers of
this is what could happen,
of musicians that would like kind of come and work in the shop.
Yeah.
But then I remember playing Brixton Academy in the UK, and 5,000 tickets happened, and my dad turned to my mum and was like, I think he's gonna do it, you know.
Yeah.
And my mum was like, there's 5,000 people here, what are you talking about? It's mental. You know what I mean? So my dad was a bit cynical, but then ever since the kind of that gig, it was always just been great, you know. But I never forget that night, and I never forget that moment in my life, that it's just like, I think it makes me really feel lucky to have this, because with rock music in this entertainment world, it can all implode overnight. Yes, you know, it's like entertainment is, people love it for a second and they move on. So like, when you approach this with that sense of, this could be the last day, or this could be the, you really enjoy it, and you really love it, and you really care about. That's why I think I care about my audience so much, because I just feel lucky to do this. You know, I mean, I think since that, I think I feel very lucky to have had both perspectives of a business, when it was successful and when it was at rock bottom. So I'm kind of ready for both, and ready to kind of keep my head in both situations.
Well, you know that both can happen.
Because they're both the same thing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Pinnacle success and pinnacle failure is the exact same feeling.
One other thing, you mentioned this in a podcast I saw about, you had a trauma in a hospital when you were a kid.
Yeah.
And I don't want to deep dive into it, except to ask you, I mean, and you said you've dealt with it. Do you think it's in your music anywhere?
100%. I think I wanted to write songs what other people were afraid about writing songs about. You know, I think, I don't really mind talking about it. I think, like, there was an experience when I was 7 years old, when a doctor molested me in a doctor's office behind a curtain when my mum was in the same room. You know what I mean? And I never really addressed it, never told my mum about it until I wrote the song, and never really understood it. And I think I put it in my music because I believe I was I was sent here to write songs about things that not necessarily people want to write about in pop music, you know? And I think, like, the amount of people that have come up to me because of an event like that and gone, like, something similar happened to me, or something happened to my daughter or my friend or my...
Yeah.
Cousin and that song, because obviously, like, when you're a rock star, in inverted commas, people see that as a position of strength and power. And if they can go through that and make it through, then so can I. Mm-hmm. And I was like, whoa, I just think, like, if you wear your trauma or your insecurity on your sleeve and you say it first, and no one can sting you when they say it to you.
Right.
You know, so this is who I am. This is what I've been through. So that you know, remember that film 8 Mile of Eminem?
Yes.
When he goes, well, I am from here, and this did do this, and this is where I came from. So then when the other guy comes to diss him, he's got nothing to bring up, because he's just told the audience what he is. He told them every flaw about him.
Right.
So I think kind of that when I sing songs about things that deep and that personal that are really hard to listen to, I think it provides my community, or the people I listen to my music, a sense of hope and honesty and trust and communication between us. It's cool.
Last thing here, you've described Ozzy as your North Star.
100%.
Yeah.
I think Ozzy Osbourne.
What is it you're looking to up there?
Ozzy was always present in my life as a character like Superman or Batman would be to a kid.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I think because I was surrounded by music, when you're 2 and 3 and 4, you don't really know music yet. But you see these characters, and I remember the glasses and the mad mouth and the energy and the tongue and the sense of freedom. And I think for a young kid who had so much energy and ADHD from kind of kindergarten to school, people not really understanding me, he was always celebrated for his madness, his individuality, and his out-of-the-box personality. So I kind of turned to this figure before I even knew what band he was in, the fact that they changed music twice, the fact that he had a massive heart. He was always present in my life.
Yeah.
So from 2 years old, he was like Batman to me, you know what I mean? He was like...
Was the first time you met him 2022, was that?
First time I met him, I knew Kelly well. Kelly came to a gig of mine in LA, and we're both naughty. So me and Kelly are just wild. Yeah. So we really got along.
Yeah.
And I was doing a video for the funeral, and I was like, I really want someone to run me over in the car, and the skit be like, what was that? Oh, just some poser. Oh, run him over again. You know what I mean? So I was like, who can I think of? Kelly would be really funny to do that at the end of this video. And I called Kelly. I was like, yo, do you fancy being in my music video? And she had just started dating her now fiance, Sid, from Slipknot. And she's like, I can't. I'm on the road with Slipknot. But let me call my mum. She might be up for it, and see if my dad's up for it. And I was like, what? I was in Jersey in a 1,000-seater venue.
Yeah.
Like, what? And then we had to fly from Cleveland to LA to go and shoot this video on a day off. And they came. And they turned up, and I'm like, I'm literally about to meet the man. And I walk into his dressing room, and I'm like, massive heart palpitations. And he's like, all right, Dom. Knew my name.
Yeah.
What? Like, I felt like I'd known him for 5 years, 10 years. Yeah. He was like, all right, Dom, how you doing, man? Killer, do you want a sandwich?
He made you a salami sandwich?
I'm telling you, Sharon's there, just like sweating, same stuff. How you doing? She's full of energy, and he's just like rocking, man. Pulls out a knife from his thing, big ruby on it, and she's just rolling her eyes. And he's like, give me the bread. I'm like, pass him this bread. We just get on like a house on fire. I just think we're both mad, and we're just laughing. And we get onto set, and he goes, bangs on the thing, goes, come here, man, come here, man. And I'm like, all right. And he's reaching in his pockets, and I don't know what he's pulled out a 9-inch knife half an hour ago, so I don't know what he's gonna pull out. And he's reaching, and she's like, Ozzy, where have you put it? I'm literally watching the skit of the Osbournes in real time. You know what I mean? And he just goes, he pulls out, I've actually got it on here. Do you want me to show you it later?
Yeah, sure.
I've got it on here. He pulls out this cross.
Yeah.
And he says to me, I hope this brings you luck. Don't compromise, they'll get it later. And I was like, and I think when you know him, and when you kind of, now I know him a lot more as a man, his timing in comedy advice was better than anyone I've ever met.
Yeah.
And he said that line, and it literally sounds like it's written in a book.
Yeah.
He literally goes, I hope this brings you luck.
Yeah.
Don't compromise, they'll get it later.
Yeah.
And then walked off into the abyss. And I saw him 2 years later in Birmingham. You know what I mean? But I always kept in touch with him, and I would go to the house and blah, blah, blah. And I finally, you know what I mean?
I suspect he knew what saying that to you and coming from him.
I think what's beautiful about them as a family is they really love music. It's, you know, I think we in this world, like when a reality TV show comes around or cameras are always around, you can see if it's scripted or not.
Yeah.
He always does a deep dive into music, art, like even the whole family, like Sharon and Kelly, they knew about my tour schedule, or they knew what I was doing. Or they were so real.
Yeah.
It was just like, you know what I mean? And obviously you want them to be that real in your imagination, but you never know.
No.
And they're so real, and they're such a family, and they're so full of heart, and they're so nice. And then when I got the call to do the Birmingham show, I was like, oh, they're gonna ask me to do like The Wizard or Sweetleaf, something energetic. And Sharon says, I want you to sing Changes. And I'm like, oh, really? A piano, 50,000 people, and my voice, and 8 million people watching at home. I don't get to hide behind like guitar solos and a drum kit. All right, fine, I'll do Changes. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But in my mind, I was like, oh, wow, what an honor. Because with that song, I really got to thank my hero.
Yeah.
And I pull up to Birmingham, and I'm in a backstage room. It's kind of similar to this. And there's James Hetfield's over there. And, whoa, that's Chad Smith. And, whoa, that's Zach Wilde. And there's Geezer Butler. And what? Bill Ward and Tony Iommi. And I'm just like, Travis Barker, everyone that's been on my wall as a kid, or I've watched on a TV screen in my dad's shop, or I've like talked about, or I've seen him at Download with the guys from the shop. Yeah, is in this room, and I'm kind of like the Yungblud, like in this room, like what? How the hell? How did I get in here? And then I see Ozzy before the gig, and I made him I wanted to make him a necklace. To return a favor, so I got my friend who makes gold to make him another cross. So I was like, "Can I give him?" I said to Sharon, "I've got him a present." So because it was such a whirlwind, I didn't want to. It was it was his last, you know what I mean? It was his last show, so we had everyone to talk to. But she got me 10 minutes with him, and I got to give him this gift that I made him, and sit with him, and I could tell he was nervous because. Obviously, like, his health was getting worse, and he wanted to get up there and go and do the Aussie thing, but he was kind of had to do it in a chair. And he's like, "You done sound check?" And I was like, yeah. So we did that, and then we got to the gig the next day, and it was the biggest moment, I think, of my life as a performer, because obviously it was the most high-pressure situation, because I felt like I was walking into an audience that a lot of them didn't know who I was. Yeah. Some of them probably didn't like me because I'm quite polarizing in the rock community. You know what I mean? Some people love me, some people don't. Yeah. And it was the first time I think my mind went quiet. Because when I'm on stage, I'm so like, oh, there's that person there, and there's a sign there, and there's lights. And like for an ADHD person, when I'm on stage now, I'm like, bing, 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 bing. You know what I mean? I'm like, Roadrunner. But it was the first time everything kind of went away, and I learned how to sing to one person. Yeah, because you were singing to him. Because I was singing to him. I was like, thank you for the ages between 2 and 13. Every time someone misunderstood me or someone kicked me into a locker, like you would just... What did it feel like to sing to one person? Probably like a little bit like falling in love. Yeah. or a little bit like saying goodbye to me grandma when I left her, or meeting my girlfriend for the first time. It was this very overwhelming, kind of cramp in your belly, you know. I think, and I think that last bit when I got the crowd to sing was not planned. I remember in the last verse, I was like, I want him to hear them.
Yeah.
Because it was 3 PM.
Yeah.
And he was going on at 7, and I knew he'd just got there. And I wanted him to, the first 30 minutes in his dressing room, to hear 50,000 people screaming this song to let him know how much he meant to us, you know?
Yeah.
And then I had to headline a festival in Belgium that night.
Yeah.
So I did the gig, and then I got on a plane and did it, and I had the TV set up in the room, because I'm like, I can't miss Sabbath, man. Like, we weren't on till 11:30 Belgium time, so they went on at like 9:30, so got to watch it, and then watch it back when we got off stage. And then Kelly was like, if someone rings you, it's my dad, 3 days later, and he called me, and he loved the gig, and he loved the performance of it. And he's like, you've got to release it, man. We've got to put it out. And I was like, what about if we do it for charity? So we put the single out for charity. And
Yeah. Did he hear you backstage?
yeah, yeah. I mean, everyone heard it. It was the most surreal thing I've ever been a part of. I think, like, it was like the closest thing I've ever seen to magic. It was like the roof of the stadium just went, like an army roared this chorus, because they knew it was the last time as well. They would sing that song within any capacity of Black Sabbath being in a mile radius of them. So I think they weren't playing it that night. So, and it's such an important Sabbath song.
Yeah.
And it just, when this noise just hits you in the face, to be honest, I think they heard it in Manchester, and that's 50 miles away. You know what I mean?
Yes. That's awesome.
It was crazy, and then to lose him 2 weeks later was just so bizarre. But it wasn't. But it was almost in typical Aussie way. It was written. You know, he got to say goodbye, and he got to. And it was the whole. It was so beautiful to see. Especially right now, when that world is so divided, everyone kind of come together for something, and that was him. It was like, honestly, it was like Princess Diana died.
Yeah.
The whole world just went, wow, we lost a force today. And he exploded into the universe. I still feel him everywhere, man. It's crazy.
Do you?
Yeah, it's wild. It's so weird. And then kind of, again, like going into the VMAs and everything, like it's I feel him everywhere. It's weird. He just like, he was more than a guy, just like this movement of energy. I don't know. It's crazy.
Yeah. It's great that you still feel it. And it's great that you had that whole.
It's wild, and it's wild that I've got this on. It's like my prized possession. I can't believe I have his cross on. And I mean, I think, like, he gave me a gift. He gave me a platform, and he gave me a chance to be heard to a lot of people who had already cast me aside or overruled me. I think overlooked me, or I don't get that. He kind of gave me a chance to maybe try to convince someone.
What do you think he did that?
I don't know. I'm trying to figure that out. I just think what was beautiful about that show was 6 generations of rock musicians came together, and it provided common ground between generations within the rock genre, which hasn't happened in years.
Yeah.
And I think rock music is about to revive, and the monster was awoken again with Ozzy at the center of it.
Yeah. I hope that's true.
You know what I mean? I can feel it, you know? I think I think in the wake of country, rock always follows it, because country music opens people's imaginations to storytelling, chord sequences, and emotion. I feel like the world artistically has been quite bedroom based for the past couple of years, and it's been quite kind of don't look at me, and almost like grunge.
Yeah.
Now I think people want to have fun, and I think an age of a spectacle is going to come back a bit more, and a bit more danger, and a bit more bite, I think, and I can feel it. I think rock music's exciting in a minute because it's spherical. I think like hardcore music, you've got Turnstile and you've got Knock Loose, and punk, you've got like Amyl and Sniffers and Lamborghini Girls, and indie, you've got Fontaines, and with this album, with me, you've got rock, and then you've got obviously all the iconic legacy music that's resurging on TikTok again and stuff. I think it's exciting for rock music, and I think, again, like, I wanted to, with this album, really just uncompromise it, because it's my favourite. I love rock music. I want it to be powerful again, you know?
Yeah. Terrific.
Thank you. This was so sick.
You've worked a long time for this.
I have. Yeah, I have.
I mean, you've talked about how this is what you always wanted.
Yeah, it's quite surreal, to be honest. I think some days it's a pinch me thing, pinch me moment. And other days it's kind of disassociative, like I have to disassociate or kind of distract myself from the fact that things that what I've been waiting to happen is happening.
Yes. That must feel kind of surreal.
Yeah, it does.
Coachella. So it's kind of overwhelming.
It was overwhelming, yeah.
Yeah.
It was very overwhelming. I felt a bit confused, to be honest.
In what way?
I think Messi had started, around that time, it started to really take off.
Yeah.
And I was the first time kind of coming back to a show in America.
Yeah.
Post Messi doing its thing. I think it was kind of around that time.
Yeah.
It was absolutely bonkers, and I was quite taken aback by the response.
Yeah.
In many ways.
What part of the response? Just the size of it in it?
I think just the amount of, I don't really know, like,
yeah.
Just the amount of people that were kind of standing there screaming. I mean, it was like, for me, like, what? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm just literally like a person that has like dreamt about having a moment in music.
Yeah.
And it was there that I kind of quickly and quite just calculated in my head that it was bigger than I thought it was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That dream that you talked about, having a moment in music, why do you think you had that dream?
As a kid, I was quite, I went through a lot. I had a difficult, in some ways, a difficult upbringing. And I think what happened was I had this kind of urge, this like burning desire to escape.
And music allowed you to do that.
Music allowed me to do that. But it also allowed me to feel like I'd done something and achieved something that I felt proud of.
Yes.
And that excluded all the people around me. I think it was a form of, I feel validated through my own form of expression.
What do you think started you writing?
I think I remember in school I wrote a poem about a swan, and I knew it was better than anybody else's poem. And then I realised so after that you can attach melody to this.
Yeah.
But the actual root of that was I was just like any other kid. Like I was just a sad, dealing with my own issues, dealing with battling being a little girl and like what that comes with, and having problems with family and all that, you know? So that was where the burning desire was like, just took over me sometimes, and I just would lock myself. I never liked light, you know, so I would just draw my curtains and just write and just play the guitar or the piano and just sit there for ages, hours and hours.
How did you feel inside of a song when you were writing it?
Literally, like, it's very emotional for me to talk about, actually. It's almost like detached.
Yeah.
So when I still now when I write a song, I don't look around and kind of almost see or take in my environment. Now that sounds a bit like, oh, it's an out of body spiritual experience, and to some degree maybe some would say that it is, but for me it's more just like I just go somewhere else, and there've been plenty of moments where I've written a song where I have no idea what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
But it just kind of comes out of me.
How do you feel when that happens?
I just feel great.
Yeah.
I feel like I've escaped
Yeah.
whatever I needed to escape in that moment, and then I'm left with this thing, you know?
Yeah.
I'm left with this thing, and I'm like, I did that.
Yeah. That's a pretty cool feeling.
It's a sick feeling, yeah.
Yeah. Do you trust your songwriting process?
Yes.
You do?
Yeah, always. There have been moments where I haven't, you know, there's been moments where I doubt myself, and that's where I think my version of writer's block happens, where I would say I'm quite prolific, so I write a lot, very frequently.
Yeah.
But when I do have these moments is when I'm doubting the kind of subconscious thing that outpours. Like I know other artists have talked about this idea that it comes from somewhere else.
Yeah.
Wherever, but like basically for me, when I ignore that feeling of it, just that it needs to come, and I start questioning each line that I write or each melody that comes out, that's when I have a problem, because I then get into a rut.
Yeah.
But usually I sit, something will happen, something will occur, something that will make me feel something, and I'll go, you know what, I need to write, and then I write, you know. But I always trust my own process with it. It's all I know how to do, to be honest.
Yeah.
I can't really, there's no other way, I can't not trust it.
Yeah. You seem to have a lot of confidence about it.
Yeah, that's something I've learned, I think.
You've learned the confidence.
I've learned, yeah.
Because you've been able to keep doing it.
Because I've been able to keep doing it, exactly.
I mean, obviously, you've talked about how in the beginning, you weren't really sure who you were yet, so your music reflected that.
Yeah. Took me a while to come to a point where confidence wasn't something I would just exude. It was something that I actually felt. There's a big difference between saying something and meaning it, which I've only recently, this is something I've only as of recent realised. But I think for a long time I would say, you know, I'm a confident person, but what would attach to that kind of me saying that would be almost a defense mechanism, so that people wouldn't need to come at me and say, she's too confident, she's too this, you know. But now I'm confident in the sense that I feel it. I don't need to necessarily say I'm confident, I just talk in a confident way.
What do you think you found that gave you that confidence?
I think it was a combination of validation through things working out for me in the way I wanted them to work out. And then I also think it's about growing up, which happens to everybody. And I think that realising that your own insecurities can be masked by just talking or saying something very flippantly, and then realising, actually, you know what, I don't really feel that way. Why did I say it? You know? And then as you start to unpack those things as you get older.
It can be hard to grow up. I mean, I think I'm still growing up, but
Exactly.
it can be hard to grow up when so much is happening to you.
Yeah.
How do you feel like you're doing navigating all of this?
It's a good question. I don't think I've ever asked myself that. I think whatever this is, or when people say about this, like maybe quote unquote the success, I would say that it's happening at the right time for me.
Yeah.
I think
You feel ready for it?
I feel ready for it, yeah.
Yeah.
I feel in many ways that it's obviously bizarre
Yeah.
and takes time to navigate, like you say, and it takes time to kind of meander through the motions of whatever this is. But at the same time, I just feel like I'm at the right place at the right time, and therefore I just allow myself to soak it in where and when I can.
You've got a new album coming. To you, it feels like a big leap.
Yeah, it does. It really does.
How do you feel that it's a big leap?
I feel that I don't know what to expect,
Yeah.
but I have expectations.
Expectations in what way?
I have expectations in terms of, like, in the way that I want people to see this growth in me as an artist and go, okay, yeah. Basically, I don't do it for anybody else. This next album is very exciting because for my own personal growth.
Yeah.
But then the expectations, I do have expectations of it. I don't know.
Yeah. You were trying to prove something to yourself?
Not prove, no.
You were trying to push yourself?
No, I was just trying to express something that needed to be expressed that I hadn't yet been able to do. So I just got to a point where I was like, oh, I'm a bit better now. And then that doesn't exist in terms of music, I don't think. But maybe for your own personal thing, it does. I don't really know.
I think it can.
I think it can. I think you can get, but better is, in terms of music, can be slightly subjective. But
Well, I think you can reach a certain place and feel like you understand where you are and you're in control of all of that, and then you can ask yourself, well, what if I go there?
yeah. And does that mean better? I don't know. But it's different.
Yeah.
You know, as in I feel like I've improved.
Yeah.
Don't know if it's better, but at the same time, I would say it's better. I would say it's a better album.
I think it's always better when you push past where you are.
That, yeah.
And it may be that the really better album is the one after that. And this is a station on the way to that.
Exactly. And I've also realised, but in what you're saying, I've realised that they're actually, like, if I look back at my Mind Wanders as an example, I would say but you always do that. You always look back and go, actually, it wasn't as good.
Yeah.
But to somebody else, that is, or, you know, you look at Amy Frank, because somebody, that album, and she may have thought that it wasn't her best work, but to me as an example, that's an incredible album that's lived on with me and lived through my experiences. So it's just like the idea of, for the artist, it's so, you look back and it's so different. For the person who receives it,
You've always wanted to be an artist, not a pop star, or both.
I don't really know the difference anymore, to be honest. Well, I do. I'm pretending I don't. I do.
What's the difference?
I think a pop star is somebody or someone who can be manufactured, but also doesn't mind being manufactured.
Okay.
I think an artist is somebody who can try to be manufactured, but doesn't want to be.
What do you want to be?
What do I want to be? A good question. I want to put a stamp on music because all the people that I love, all the best artists that I love have done that.
Yeah.
In some way. That's what they've done.
Yeah. Where did you first see that? Where did you first recognize it in another artist?
I've talked about this a lot, but when I heard Joni Mitchell Blue, right?
Yeah.
I was about 12 or 13. And I remember hearing A Case of You, and I just don't know why, but I just cried, and I thought, if I can do that to somebody, I think I've done something.
That's why albums matter, that they can sit on a shelf for 40 or 50 years. Somebody pulls them out and plays them, and they can have that kind of an impact.
Yeah.
You know?
It's kind of, why the hell, or how the hell does that happen?
Yeah.
You know? And I sometimes deep it in this moment, I'm deeping it, and other times I think, oh, it's just music. But, you know, it's not just music, because...
Not when it does that.
Not when it does that, exactly. Oh, I love when people finish my sentences. It's the best feeling.
No, it's like that's transcendent. That's what that is.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
So you're holding yourself to a very high standard.
No. I don't think I would. What do you mean by that?
I don't mean that you're putting yourself next to Joni Mitchell.
I would never do that.
No, I don't mean it that way.
Oh, okay.
I mean in terms of trying to make something. You are.
Oh yes, yeah. I'm very self-critical. Yeah.
Are you?
Yeah. I'm very self-critical.
In a.
I don't know. It works to my detriment. It doesn't work in my advantage all the time. I think for personal reasons, it's very annoying. But for music, it just. Like, the thing that I love about music is that you can continuously, in some aspect, I think this actually works for a lot of jobs and any way of life.
Yeah.
But you can just continue to evolve in some way. You can learn a new chord, and there's just so much of it to learn.
Yeah.
And also, you never do the perfect gig. There's a shout out to my granddad. You never do the perfect gig. It doesn't exist. So when people talk about the kind of journey, it literally is that, because I'm never going to do a perfect gig, so I'm continuing to just strive for the perfect gig, you know?
What part of this whole process, the writing of the song, the recording of the song, the performing of the song, is the most satisfying for you or thrilling for you?
You're a good interviewer. It's the best interview I've ever had. Anyway, you know what? Just great questions, by the way. Anyway, I'm sure you know you've done it a long time. So.
If I haven't figured it out by now, I never will.
I would say that the most thrilling is being on stage.
Is it?
But they all have different elements of being thrilling.
Yes.
So like the feeling that I've just written a song that I feel proud of, which by the way is usually every time.
Yeah.
So like every time I finish a song, I get excited about it.
You do?
Yeah, because
What's that feeling?
it's like a weight's been lifted. That's the way I'd put it. It's like a weight's been lifted. I'm like,
Yeah.
oh, I've just like had a big poo. Do you know what I mean? That's how it feels. Like that's literally how it feels. It feels like I've just got something off my chest.
Yeah.
And like that's how it feels. Yeah. So what happens then is I then feel super happy and just better.
Yeah. What?
But then
Yeah, go
also
ahead.
performing is just electric, I would say. It's like we're not really as humans supposed to be doing anything, let alone are we supposed to be on stage. My friend Eliana said this to me and was like, you do realize it's mad that you do that, or like artists do that, because we're not really meant to be on stage. And I was like, well, we're not really meant to be like doing much, but who knows what we're meant to be doing. Point is, I'm on stage, loads of people, kind of weird. So then I'm like, that is like out of body, you know?
Yes.
Kind of gives you that feeling of like, whoa, there's bad people screaming and, you know, I'm sweating, and it's just like, you know.
Yeah. When you talk about having written the song and this weightlifting,
Back to that.
what is it that's lifting? Is it the sense that you've dealt with whatever it is you're writing about, or that you've actually finished a song and you're satisfied with it? The pressure to get it right, or both? I don't know.
Yeah, it's not the second, not the latter. I think what it is I feel very like there's something, my granddad says the same thing when he writes, where he says, because he's a poet, and he says that you know when it's finished. Like, you just kind of know. You close it. It's like when you've finished reading a book.
Yeah.
You know it's done. Well, mainly because it's the end of the book and there's no more bloody pages left. But bad analogy. However, it's just a feeling. I'm not an artist that goes back and kind of
Rewrites like crazy.
Yeah. I don't really do that, because it's like, you know, a lot of people talk about it's like giving birth to a child, and you don't go push it back in.
Yeah.
But I think it's just like, yeah, and so therefore the feeling is very cathartic, and it feels like, whoa, like I've said what I needed to say in that moment.
Yeah.
But also it's nice because I also write poetry and it captures a moment in time. So when I look back, I can go, oh, I remember elements of that, what I was experiencing. And that one lyric, that makes me think of like, you know, that person, and the meaning changes and like I said, evolves. But it's just a very closing, it's just a, you know, finishing feeling.
Where does a song typically begin for you? Is it a melody? Is it a specific lyric? Is it an idea? Is it a title?
Yeah, I've been asked this and I just can't, to be fair, it usually comes all at once.
It does, really?
Yeah. I kind of get the guitar, I start strumming, and then I kind of, I don't know, just kind of melody and lyric comes together, comes at once, right, back, yeah.
Do you make an appointment with yourself to do this?
No, I don't think I go, oh, time to write, but I do go, it's a feeling, like I said, it's just kind of this urge. Yeah. Which makes it sound way deeper than it is, but in that some ways is.
Sometimes you just feel like you're ready and you need to do it.
Exactly, yeah.
I mean, it's a discipline in its own way too, isn't it? Do you look at it that way?
Yes.
My sense is you're actually very serious about it.
You know, I am.
Yeah.
I'm not going to pretend I'm not. I'm very serious about it, yeah. I sometimes wish that it was just a bit less deep for me, but it is not.
Well, because it gives a lot of meaning to your life.
It does.
You've said it's the only place you can be fully honest.
It's not just the place I can be fully honest, it's the place that I can be fully honest and not care how that is being perceived.
What is it, do you think, that allows us to be more honest about ourselves with music?
I think because you go somewhere where you feel like you are no longer judging anything about yourself.
Yeah.
Where this is kind of a thing that you're creating and that's not you. So it's a thing, it's an external part of you.
Yeah.
So therefore when you then view it, you're not judging yourself because you're judging a thing you've created. And that can become quite exciting.
Yes.
I don't think that, in my head at the moment, what I'm thinking about is the idea that what's stopping me from actually just being just very honest about the fact that I'm serious is that I worry sometimes that because I'm in this bubble with music, I worry that I'm being pretentious, but then at the same time, I don't think it's true because it can't be true because it's just not, you know, and I just feel like you said, it feels like something else, but I can't quite, and I don't need to know. That's what's great about it.
I don't think there's anything to apologize if you take something seriously.
Yeah, you're right.
I actually feel the opposite.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
You know, I think if you're working on something and you don't take it seriously, then you should be embarrassed. I mean,
very true.
Right?
Yeah, very true. With this album that I'm about to release, but when this is out, it'll be out. I talk about and go to places that are pretty, I would say, deep.
Yeah, that's saying a lot for you.
Yeah.
Because you've been pretty deep already.
I have. I don't know if I view it that way all the time, to be honest.
You don't?
Because it's just my only way of being.
Yeah.
I don't view it, I just view it as something that I take seriously but do.
Yeah.
And like it's second nature.
Yeah.
But I just absolutely want to never stop doing it. Something just tells me I have to keep going.
You need to do it.
I need to do it,
Yeah.
And just for me, yeah.
Songwriting seems to allow people, I mean, actually any artistic endeavor, and art's a scary word because a lot of people, as you say, think it sounds pretentious. But it actually means something. There's
actually research and...
Well, there's a process. And to me, the creation of art is basically when you take something that is personally you've experienced and you turn it into this other thing. That exists. Yeah, and then it has some power of its own, and that's what it is. And a big part of the creative process is to respect that process and to understand that you have to put everything into it, but then this thing happens that somehow transcends even what you've done.
Yeah. And I think with the likes of like social media, it's made it harder to feel that that sense of like beauty surrounding that process, or not necessarily the process, but when you release.
Yeah.
I think I've managed to really utilize the platforms in a way that I feel like has been really helpful. Could I've done it without those platforms? Absolutely not.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, what I've gone and had to do is go, that's just the world I live in.
Yeah.
And I'm going to try and, But what I was going to say was, you said about, like, just really trusting that process. And I think I really always do. But sometimes when you release something and it's no longer yours, that's an odd feeling because. But I never really deep it too much. I think I've heard other artists speak and other people speak about when they release a song and it's like they're letting it go, you know, and then people. I don't really see it like that. I see it more that it's always going to be mine. It just becomes also somebody else's, and that's the way I try to look at it to make myself feel less weird about the fact that, you know, Messi is like mad, like so many streams.
Yeah, it is kind of mind-blowing, isn't it?
Yeah, it is a bit, yeah.
Go back to the album for me. You said you've gone to an even deeper place.
Yes.
And you've also said, from what I've read, that actually doing that isn't hard for you. It's kind of how you deal with all of this.
Yeah, it's not hard, no.
Because it would be for most people, I think.
I think so. I think what I like to do at the moment is find my safe place in music, so other people's music, to ground me, to put on an album, whatever it may be, a Radiohead album or a Billie Eilish album or whatever. And I just center myself in the fact that I'm not the first and I'm not going to be the last to make music. And isn't that just incredible? Like, that feeling of being a part of something is really amazing. But with this album, I've definitely gone to a place. But then even I'm thinking about the one I'm writing next.
Are you already writing that one?
Yeah, because I've let go of that.
Yeah.
I've moved past that already.
Yeah.
But it's very. I'm very proud of it. I feel extremely proud of it. And only now have I got to this place where I can actually say that with chest and just go, you know, I'm proud of my work.
Yeah.
I don't need to. Why do I need to kind of go? Oh, I don't know, because I was like that.
Yeah.
For a while, I was going like, it's all right, but why am I being modest if I actually?
Yeah.
If it's the only thing I'm actually good at, not the only thing, but it's the main thing. This is, you know.
Talk to me about this album, and I know it doesn't come out till September. What have you put in there that wasn't in there before, in your music before?
We've got Spiders, which is a really important song off the album.
Why do you say it's important?
So it's just a song that I wrote from a really dark place, and pretty much the lyric in it is, so that it starts with, can you take it off my hands to make me feel like I had something planned, and blame it on the gods so we don't feel like we did something wrong. I'll drive to your house, you'll kiss me slow like you don't have any doubts. The chorus is, get in your car, don't cause a scene, make me feel like I'm not incomplete for once, because I'm not a woman if I don't have you. I'm not a woman if I don't have you, and you're not a man if you don't have me. And that was just about, I realised a lot later that it was kind of about, metaphorically about the relationship me and my manager have and how poignant that is in my life. But it's about a lot of things, and it's called Spiders because in the second verse I talk about spiders and killing them and not wanting them to be around. And then for the video I hold a tarantula and just kind of, now I'm not scared of spiders.
You're getting emotional about this, why?
Right, see, no, I'm not. I'm trying not to.
Why is the song important?
Now you made me get emotional. It's important because pretty much I went through a really bad time for and I went through some struggles I talk openly about on record on this album.
It's not difficult for you once it's out there in a song, you can sing it.
I think so. I think it's just, there's two styles of writing is what I'm saying. There's two kind of styles that I try to write in. And one of them is just, I sit back and watch the water run. 6 months ago, I turned the tap on. That's what I would say was metaphorical.
Yes.
I don't feel old, I don't feel young. Is not. So it's just that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And I would say that I would like to mix it up and mix and match. Like it's a pick and mix.
I mean, I guess part of what I'm getting at is just that sometimes when obviously your experience of writing a song And what you've gone through to put stuff in it is different than what the listener is hearing, because they're just hearing the final lyric.
Exactly, yeah. I would just say that sometimes I don't think I ever go back to the same place I wrote it. Because that can be really painful.
Yeah.
Going back to the exact same spot when you go, oh, you know what, I need to talk about that. I have a song that I wrote ages ago called PTSD, and it was actually, I broke it down, so I said prone to sad dimensions. I did the acronym thing, like prone to sad dimensions, and it gets too much sometimes, and I'm prone to sad dimensions, but my life ain't on the line. And I wrote that, and I remember going, I was literally going to cry when I wrote it. I think I could sing it and not cry, or not feel that thing. But I also, that's another aspect of it is, do you put on an alter ego when you're performing? Do people do that? You know, I think some people do, and I think to a certain degree, a lot of people will do that. I think I do that too.
Yeah. Well, it makes sense in a lot of ways. I mean, you kind of have to be a different person on a stage. I mean, you can be yourself and be different, but a character of yourself, in effect, right?
Yeah, because you're not.
I mean, it's not necessarily not genuine. It's just
Exactly. Yeah, it's not genuine. It's just a different approach to who you are, and a different approach to. You're kind of embodying something, which, you know, what I said earlier about, like, I don't embody something when I write, but when I'm performing, I just take on a role to give a good performance, but then also to give myself a good, to ensure that I have a good feeling.
Yeah.
And having fun, that's important too.
Yeah. You have fun as a performer?
Sometimes. Sometimes, yeah. Sometimes absolutely not. Sometimes it's just constant around my head. That person's looking at me. Da, 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 da.
Yeah.
You know, and I think the best performance I do is when I actually am not thinking about anything.
Yeah.
And I'm just performing.
Mm-hmm. Do you have any favorite performances recently that you particularly enjoyed?
I like the Radio 1 Big Weekend. That was fun. The Coachella 2 was really fun.
Yeah.
They become a bit of a blur.
I bet.
But each and every single time I perform, I just love it. There's something different about it. There's one person in the crowd that just looks at me in a slight expression, or there's someone crying, or there's someone with a painting, or something's made someone for me, or there's just nobody, and it's just like, you know, sometimes it feels like there's nobody. It just depends.
Yeah. What do you take from that as a performer?
I take that I get this thing about, like, a come down after a performance.
Yeah.
I get a severe kind of feeling that I, like, want validation from everybody around me.
Mm-hmm.
And if I don't get that, I just feel a bit, to be honest.
How do you pull out of that?
I don't think I've mastered that bit yet,
Mm-hmm.
in all honesty, I think. I was talking to my manager the other day just about the expectation of other people,
Mm-hmm.
and managing expectations, and then also managing your own expectations.
Yeah.
And I think that it's really important in this day and age especially to know that if someone says something good about you and you take it on board, which is and then if someone says something bad about you, take it on board, they're kind of the same, they're one and the same, some of all parts. So you just got to go, how do I feel about that? Because at the end of the day, that's all that really matters.
Yeah.
But it is hard, because I noticed that one person who was laughing and screeching and clearly not in the same feeling in the same way I was.
Yeah.
Does that mean that it was a bad show? No, but maybe sometimes I'll feel like it was a bad show because of that.
My attitude towards that is, in the end, that's why you are serious about it, because if you make good work, it withstands all that other stuff.
Yeah.
Over time.
Thank you. I hope so.
It does. It's all you got to fall back on in the end.
Yeah.
Did I make what I wanted to make? Am I satisfied with it?
And in that moment too, I think that's another thing I've realised is knowing that it was right for that moment.
Yeah.
It doesn't need to be right for in 5 years. I was looking back the other day at videos of me from a couple years ago, and I was like, my hair looks so bad. Like my hair was like flat to my face, and I just thought, oh my God. And then I had to check myself and go, why am I even thinking that I was a moment in time? I had a great time at that point.
Yeah.
I maybe had a difficult time too, but that's okay.
Yeah. Are you enjoying this moment that you're having now?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm the happiest I've ever been, ever. And I'm also experiencing life as it comes, and I'm also not wanting to, I'm feeling more fearful of things that are out of my control, like let's say death, because I no longer want to experience it. I no longer, I was in a really bad place, I didn't want to be here, didn't care about myself, didn't care about anything.
How long ago was this?
This was about a year ago, I'd say, for about 3-4 years.
Yeah.
And probably for longer than that.
Yeah.
And I was writing sometimes I write from a place of hope, in hoping that I'll feel like better. But now I'm feeling, for the most part, happy. There are obviously sad days, like everybody has. But
Sure.
I'm just excited and don't want it to stop.
All right, let's have some fun. First off, I'd be remiss if I didn't say congratulations. Big day.
Yeah,
How you feeling?
I feel good. You know, I feel like it's kind of a tradition since 2020, because like I would wake up every November on like the first week of November, and I would get Grammy-nominated. Like whether I win or not, it's like always a Grammy nomination every year. So that's a blessing to live with that, you know, so that's cool.
Would you say you're used to it, or is it like, all right, this means I'm continuing to push this thing forward?
I would say a little bit of both. You know, it's always like a big surprise to get nominated, but like I would expect that to happen because I do believe that my music is, you know, great, and it makes you want to like push forward and just do more and be like, you know, how can I top that?
I want to start here. Ain't no damn way.
Ain't no damn way.
What a project.
Thank you, man.
Something about it feels just good. You know, when you put on that first track, Space Invader, and it takes you away. Was that the concept from the very beginning?
Yeah, kind of, because I just wanted to showcase more of my instrumentals. And, you know, as a electronic producer, I just wanted to showcase that more. And that I could do that because I did feel like I went a little bit more R&B with Timeless. And it was a thing that my OG fans really missed, I feel. And even me as an OG fan of myself, I guess. Like, I was like, I need to drop a beat tape, you know, like, and I want to continue to do that more, you know. I think that's important for producers to do that, you know, so. Yeah, and it's like, that's what it is, you know, because I grew up listening to a lot of instrumental projects where you put the first song and it just takes you on a ride, you know, and it's like, and it's the music and it's the thoughts. So like every beat that's on there, it can be related to whatever you're thinking about. You know, you listen to a song with lyrics and it puts you like, it gives you a story, it gives you like a vibe, but you know, with instrumentals, it can be anything you want, but with the music, you know? So I think that's why I did it, you know, because I grew up listening to a lot of instrumental projects, and that put me into that space.
I feel like when you're collaborating with an artist, lyrics, production, everything sort of has to match. But when you are in a space where the instrumentals kind of lead the way, it feels like you have even more real estate to really sort of let your music do the talking. How do you even get into that process?
Let's embrace who I am.
Yeah.
I do feel like a little part of me is like, you know, out because I'm collaborating. Like I have to give myself away a little bit to collaborate because it's a collaborative effort when I'm collaborating with an artist. But when it's me, it's like 100% myself, you know? It was also an exercise to like, you know, trusting my ideas as well, you know? Because I was like, there's a lot of like my releases are trials and errors where I just want to like, I'm just checking it out to see if people are gonna like it, but because I love it, but sometimes I just don't fully trust. Like sometimes it's like, oh, I don't, like you'll love something and people will not react the way that you want to, so then you don't really love it.
What's like your litmus test then when you're testing things out? Are you trying things, putting it out in the club and seeing how people respond to it? Or are you bringing a group of friends together and say, hey, listen to this. Let me see what's up.
It's usually at after parties when I'm like, I'll do a show and then we'll do the after party and I'll play a lot of like unreleased stuff. And then, it'll end up on TikTok, on Instagram and like, oh my God, what is this song? When is this coming out? Or, or some stuff that will play wouldn't just not do no noise, like at all.
Right.
So that like kind of sets the tone of like, okay, maybe I can put that on the side. But when there's like something that is on demand so much, like for example, Space Invaders, that was something I was playing like maybe a year prior it released, and a couple other productions on there as well. So that was very interesting to see that happening because
As part of when you're putting these projects together, are you crate digging? Are you just tapping back into that little boy from Montreal to say, what did I grow up listening to that could possibly end up on my next album?
Yeah, man. Like to me, it's a constant tribute to like whoever put me, like in my musical journey, wherever I grew up listening to, or whatever I'm listening to now, it's like, it's always a tribute to like my favorite artists that just like, get me through the day. And like, how music is so important to me and like, it's kind of like food, so that it's a constant tribute, It's like, I'm a student to this day. So I always like want to like impress my idols in a way. So yeah.
One of the things that I think about when I listen to your music is that it makes you feel in a very like organic way. You start moving as soon as you hear a Kaytranada song. Is that the goal?
Maybe. In some cases, like where I'm focusing more of the up-tempo house dance music, like 100%, I'm trying to make you dance. I'm trying to like, think about the dancers a lot. Think about break dancing. I think about, like house music, like just house music, hip hop culture.
Right.
Like this is something that I always like imagine when I'm making music, or it's like, how is it, I'm doing a trial of like a club banger thing, but like, even though it's different, it's not what's hot, like it's not like the standard that you usually go for in terms of like club music today. I still want to see if like I can, break the glass to like see if like that would end up blowing up. Like for example, like when Timbaland was like on his Justin Timberlake, Nelly Furtado era,
right,
with Danger, he was like, that was like a new sound that came out. So I'm very inspired by those moments. Like Pharrell also, the Neptunes also did it, where they were like just constantly themselves, and then they broke through to the pop charts. So that's like a moment that I'm always like inspired by, but hopefully it'll happen one day.
How often are you tapping into not only, producers and artists of yesteryear to sort of dictate the inspiration moving forward? You talked about Tim. Are you, I was reading Hove and the Fade Black album era shaped a lot of what you do. Are you sort of saying, okay, I saw what Pharrell was doing here, I saw what Jay was doing here, and saying, all right, let's try to make something shake off of this?
Yeah, I mean that documentary alone just really inspired me, and it was very eye opening because I was just I never really seen studio sessions beforehand, but seeing that kind of like made me very locked in and interested, and having that DVD at home and watching over and over again, that kind of developed that idea of being a producer. So seeing those sessions were like mad inspiring for me.
One of my favorite moments is when Jay goes to Rick Rubin's
Yeah,
and you just
exactly.
and you just see the collaboration happening all across the board.
Yeah, 99 Problems. And it's like, and then fast forward, like I'm in Rick Rubin's house, and, and you see like the dogs he had in that documentary. And it's like, it's just mind blowing, really. But that's like one of my, that's like a good moment that kind of like, like Rick Rubin, like that put me onto Rick Rubin too, like too young to know who he was. But then later on I knew.
Exactly. It bridges the gap.
Yeah, Def Jam and all that. So that was really cool.
Coming up, how did you decide that music wanted to be your thing? Were your parents playing it in the house? Were you listening to the radio? What was the thing to say, oh, I like this?
Fade to Black was one of them, but also I got introduced to this software called Virtual DJ.
Okay, yep.
And
Fruity Loops.
And and that as well. But Fruity Loops came on like probably like months later. But Virtual DJ was really the one. This is the fact that you could scratch. And that just blew my mind because I had a turntable. It was not a scratching turntable. It was just like those cheap ones you'll find for $20, and you can't really scratch on that thing. I had a mixer. I had all those gears, but I couldn't really do anything. But Virtual DJ allowed me to mix, understand BPMs, understand time. Well, I knew timing from piano lessons, but then it kind of brought back to that software, like learning that software. And then eventually Fruity Loops came by when my little brother was like, that's how you do it, man. And I was like, really? And then I got hooked. And I was like, yeah, that's probably what I'm gonna do, because naturally it's like, why am I chopping samples? When I think back to it, it really felt like I was like possessed by something because I don't understand why was I gravitating towards that instead of like, my brother was listening to a lot of Soulja Boy. He was the one, we were arguing about Lil Wayne and Jay-Z was the best rapper alive. We would go to fights about that. You know what I mean? I was a Jay-Z fan, of course. But but me being like, why am I all of a sudden going to underground music and like find out about Jay Dilla, Madlib, even going back to old school, Tribe Called Quest, Wu-Tang, all that. So that was like, that's interesting to think about, like, to why I was gravitated towards like that type of thing, like pure hip hop culture,
What were some of the points along the way to make you say, yep, I want to grow and start doing this. I want to start including, some of this music as well?
I think it happened really with Ain't No Damn Way.
Yeah.
Like, this is a project that was like, no features, like there is vocals, but it's like no features, none of that. And I think it's like I think it's something cool to have and to have part of my legacy, this instrumental albums and wherever it's like taking me to a journey, like, I don't know, I see like a list of my discography and I'm like, it's something to look back and be proud of, and whatever's gonna come next too, it's like gonna be very nice. But yeah, that's all I could say really. Like, Ain't No Damn Way was really the turning point where I was like, okay, I'm gonna take a risk. I'll try something kind of different, but not really, but yeah.
One of the other things too that I see a lot with you especially is you know how to get a crowd going. How did that part of your experience and identity as an artist come about? When did you say, all right, I want this thing to be a party?
I think it was really post-pandemic because I was really mellow and chill at the beginning of all of my sets, but definitely post-pandemic where I just got more hype and more loose and more free. I was going through a lot of like, before pandemic, I guess it was like internal struggles where I didn't realize like, I had some, and then you end up dealing with it through therapy and all that. And a lot of things just like, like let your head down, there's a lot of things that I'm just like, I got loose. And that really subconsciously worked on stage where I was just like, all right, I need to get the party going. I need to get like the crowd going. And that's like really coming from me being a huge student of hip hop, and I'm like, I'm really about like the 80s era hip hop, wild style, all that. So I kind of like want to bring back this hypeness to the shows, you know? I think in EDM, you know, and they don't really do that thing. You know, people are really, like the DJs are really chill, you know? And I don't know. I think it's a way to express myself too, because I really love the beats I'm doing.
I feel like that energy gets brought to not only your music, but when you're collaborating with people as well. Because you're hearing, you know, Lucky Day, Pink Panthers, like all these artists that, yeah, you might know them for a certain sound, but when they get with you, it's like, oh, okay.
Yeah, man. It's like, it's really cool, man, because I really want to get into their worlds, you know? Like I really, my thing is like, I'm a producer first, but it's not true because I'm a DJ first. I learned DJ first, but I do. There's a part of me that wants to be like a producer and be in the background more and end up on people's albums as a production placement or produce an entire album for somebody, like I did for Amine. You know, Kaytranada was kind of that. A lot of other projects, you know, I did you know, the Robert Glasper thing. I just wanted to be that guy that works with rappers and R&B singers, like a top-notch producer like Quincy. But but I feel like all of this happened because like I just kept dropping remixes on SoundCloud, and then it kind of pushed me to become sort of a niche EDM dance electronic DJ.
If someone's never heard your music before, how would you describe the Kaytranada sound?
Oh man, there's just many sounds, man. Honestly, I feel like the majority knows one sound, and it's the up-tempo stuff, and the woozy snares, and the bass lines. You know, everybody, the bass lines are being brought up, and you know, but there's more things. You know, I do my hip hop stuff. I do, you know, very more electronic, like ambient stuff. I do a lot of scores too. But the main thing that is like popping right now is definitely the dance music stuff I'm doing, and it's still mainly hip hop because I'm a hip hop producer at heart that's trying dance music. You know what I mean? And I like to put that you know, that thinking where I'm like, okay, like there's a little bounce to it that is not really straight up house. You know, like you can feel hip hop, you can feel, you know, world music. You can feel like in terms of world music, you can feel like Afro beats, like compa. You can feel a lot of things in one blender. So Kaytranada sound is definitely a gumbo.
That's good. How's tour going?
Tour's going well. I'm touring with Justice, so it means a lot for me to tour with Justice. They got me to the up tempo stuff. You know, other than Daft Punk, they were like the ones that just got me to that, you know? So yeah, so touring with them means a lot.
Is that the goal, to just have this global reach in the way you are?
Not really.
Really?
Nah. To me, like I go on tour and I just want to give people a chance to come see me, you know, because like I know it's been very difficult for a lot of people to get tickets and to come see me and all that. So, and just I just want to show out and, you know, say hello to everybody, really. But the fact that it's bringing more people in, like they see the videos or like they just find out about music, it's that's a bonus to me. You know, that's a huge bonus. So it gets crazier and crazier every time I'm touring because it's like the more people want to see you, you know. So it's like, what are we gonna do, you know? But yeah, I'm very happy about the global reach that I'm getting though. It's very satisfying, and it's not too much too where I'm like way too famous or way too unknown. It's definitely like in
you found the sweet spot.
The sweet spot, exactly.
What does being Haitian mean to your sound and your approach to music?
Man, being Haitian means a lot to me, you know, like in terms of my music, I feel there's a lot of misconception in terms of like, you know, like he's heavily influenced by the compa music. And I'm like, I don't think it's entirely true because it's something that I probably like absorbed growing up, you know, because like my dad used to blast that on his like amplifiers loud. You know, like we had a big sound system. I feel like that's part of why I love music, because we had huge sound systems. But subconsciously, maybe it's like in my influences, you know, like the percussion is very heavy, you know, in compa music and Haitian music, but it's really not my main genre of inspiration, because, you know, us kids, we were like, nah, man, put some rap music on, like put some Nas on, put some Jay-Z on, and then it's like it was always the battle between like the parents and the kids of what we wanted to listen to, because the parents was like, nah, put that compa on, this is real music, you know, why you want to put like rock music? And it's like, for us, we want to listen to like whatever, Sean Paul, like whatever's hot on the radio.
Right.
But yeah, it was like a constant war of like what's real music and what's not, you know? But now it's like, it's kind of funny that it ends up being a subconscious like influence of, in terms of making music. Because like the 4 on the floor, it's very present in the compa. So it's always like a kick drum and whatever, the percussions and like the toms or whatever, it comes together. But yeah.
That's dope. Is there anything that you haven't done yet where you're like, I think I want to take it there next, whether that's a new sound or an artist that you've yet to work with?
That's a good question. There's a lot of stuff that I wish I could make, but like, you know, I feel like I gotta learn an instrument. It's like guitar, and it's like, I listen to a lot of progressive rock, psychedelic rock as well, and a lot of Prince too. So I just wish I had the ability to, like, I wish I grew up learning the guitar, because that's like part of the Haitian culture too. Like, you know, my dad, I would say my dad, like, my dad played guitar. My dad was in a band as well. So, you know, that was something I wish I had growing up.
Yeah.
So like the next sound I wish I could do is like a lot of rock music, but with a twist too. I feel like there's a lot of ideas in my head. I'm like, damn, if I do that, that would be crazy. Like if I did an alternative sound, that would turn nice.
What artists are you looking at and they have a dope sound that you're like, oh man, I want to get in the room with them?
I would say like I don't have a specific artist, but like one of them was Erykah Badu mainly. You know, like I would love to work with her, but you know, that would be very challenging for me because like I'll get in my head a lot. You know, that's the thing with working with like artists that you admire so much. You get a lot in your head and you expect like some magic happens compared to work that you're making now to like what they did or what you did before. So it's mind-boggling. But yeah.
Is there pressure in your process then? Because when you say are in a room with somebody like that, do you find yourself trying to meet a moment of nostalgia versus kind of just being present in the moment? Or are you like, I have a vision, let's stick to the vision and we'll see what comes from that?
Yeah. I wish I had the power to be like, all right, y'all, this is what we're gonna do.
Yeah.
This is like, you know what I'm saying? Like, this is the vision. But it's something I'm working towards too. Like, I'm definitely getting better slowly because it would like go a lot I would get a lot in my head and, you know, compare myself to a lot of like sessions I grew up like watching, you know, like studio sessions, and it's always magical. Those videos are always beautiful, like entertaining and very nice videos to watch. But then it's like, you expect to do that. And it's like, when it's not happening, you know, you freak out mentally. So then it's like, you crash out. It's like, oh, okay, I'm not creative no more. So that would like mess with me a lot. Like when I was much younger in like my 20s, up until like post-pandemic, I became more loose and more, you know, communicative with like what I want to collab with.
Sure.
Yeah.
Something I'm always fascinated by is the dichotomy of artists when they're on stage versus who they are when they put it all to the side. How has that balance been as you've started to grow as an artist and really blown up and been the man all over the place, have you found yourself checking in with Kay? And have you found yourself checking in with Kevin?
Oh yeah,
Yeah?
yeah. Like I'm different. Like I know, like I'm a different person on stage. Like, and the music just takes you away. So I'm like yelling on the mic. And I'm just like, put your phones down. Like put your phones up. Like I just go wild and like give a lot of crowd participation. But then you meet Kevin and you're like shy, mad shy, doesn't really talk. But when he's around his friends, like he'll get entertained, he'll get crazy a little bit, But like the music sometimes is just like, I feel like the music will do something to me, So whenever we out somewhere as myself, not Kaytranada, like
Right.
a song could just maybe like just get me less shy and more hands-on. So yeah.
One of the things I love too is how inclusive the crowds are when they come see you perform. And it's all walks of life. Old, young, gay, straight, brown, white, Asian, everybody's there.
Yeah.
Was that a byproduct of just doing the thing you do, or do you want to be this like pillar of everybody can come have a good time?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's an international party.
Right.
Really. I want everybody that enjoys, dance music to have an experience, to have some type of, I feel like I hit them with a twist where I'm just like being like more of a hip hop DJ that plays like mom productions that are mainly the house and dancing ones, and that crowd participation, it gets them engaged. And I play I feel like in my world, I got all these hits, like in the Kaytranada world, not in Billboard, but, and it's like I would drop a song and it's like, for example, the You're the One song, people just go crazy, they're intimidated, and it's like, it goes all the way to Richie, and it's all these songs that are like kind of like hits in my world. It gets them engaged a lot, and it's like in going through my discography, and it's like I'm very fortunate to have fans, and it's like literally just in my world.
As an artist, something I've been curious of as the industry of music has sort of changed, how are you reacting to seeing your music in a lot of viral videos, right? Whether it's, the Tidra Moses sound or, some of the other stuff that you're doing with this latest album. Are you just like, man, this is super dope? Or are you like shows here, streaming there, social media there?
I guess I think it's dope. I do think it's dope, but I do feel like streaming shows, it's all different, like, section of just how I could like feel about things, Like streaming is like, I don't look at streaming numbers as, like right away success, But I do feel like my favorite artists don't have like the top hits, they don't have like the big like 400 million plays and they celebrate that they have 400 million plays. Like those are not the artists I listen to, Like I grew up listening to a lot of like indie artists, underground artists, and for me that was my goal, to be a successful artist in my own right, where somebody like, for example, Beck, who was always like niche and always did him, and he's successful, could win album of the year at the Grammys. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like that's the type of success I always like want to have, where an artist is that's not really on the charts, but is mad popular. Like, Tame Impala as well. It's like stuff like that, and I love those type of success, love those type of artists a lot.
Along your journey, was there ever a moment where you wanted to put it down, or were you like, now we're gonna keep creating this whole way through?
No, never. Because, music is like part of me, I don't think I'll ever stop making music.
As far as your process, going back to that, how much are you leaving on the cutting room floor then when you're in your beat making process?
There's definitely a lot of beats where I'm like, okay, this is next album. Or like most of it, honestly, it's like when I'm making it all comes down to like when I finish it. And it's like, okay, this is gonna be on the album. Okay, this is good for, or nah, this is gonna be good for her. Or this is gonna be good for, you know, for Pink Panther. It's gonna be good for Victoria Monet. Like I make beats just to like feel, like just fully express myself, and then the result we'll see like where it goes, you know. So that's my approach with it.
Bringing it back to Ain't No Damn Way. Is this the most proudest you felt in terms of body of work?
Yeah, honestly.
Yeah.
To be honest, like other than Bubba, like this was like my most like dear project where I'm like close to my heart, honestly.
How often are you listening to music that's not your own?
A lot of times.
Yeah.
I mean, mainly. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm wondering if you're finding inspiration and going back to the classics that we were talking about before and saying, I don't think anybody's done anything with this yet. Maybe we could find a place to put this.
Yeah. There's a lot of like, you know, like I feel like when I love a song so much, you know, it's a sign that I need to sample it, I need to remix it, you know, and it's like, that's exactly what happened with a lot of songs like that became remixes, you know, like Teacher Moses, Be Your Girl. It's a song I grew up listening to, and eventually like the success was like overwhelming, uncontrollable, and you know, same thing with the Janet Jackson remix. All those remixes that put me on the map was all songs that I was like repeatedly listening to.
Was that the case with the Mariah Carey record?
No. The Mariah Carey record, I grew up listening to it. I loved that song growing up. But they reached out to do a remix, you know? So that was like I was telling you earlier, like that remix was like, you know, like definitely in those days where I'm like not confident, like not sure. And for it to be Grammy-nominated today, it's like, it's a good feeling.
Wow. Like even in those moments where you're like, I don't know.
Yeah, I was like, hey, y'all love it for real? Okay, we're going on with it. And it's nominated now, which is cool.
One of the things I think I wrote down, and I loved it, it was talking about, you said that this album was for workouts, for dancing, for studying, all those types of things. And for me, I'm like, when I listen to music, I'm cleaning the house. That's, you know, feeling really good about it too. Oh, yeah. You were intentional about that.
Yeah. You know, like I got heavy into my fitness journey. I got heavy into like, you know, like I feel like the shows like while I was like dancing a lot on stage, I feel like a lot of things like unlocked so many movements in my body too. So it was like, and the studying part was me as a teenager. Like when I was, instead of studying for class, like studying for like school, I was studying beats like by Jay Dilla, Knife Wonder, Madlib, Just Blaze, like literally studying like how they were doing this, like how would they flip samples, you know? Especially Jay Dilla, how he would micro chops things.
Yep.
It's, as a 14-year-old kid, I'm like, what am I listening to? And you dissect it, and then, you know, so it's like, those things, like even when it comes to studying, like they're doing a lot of like the lo-fi stuff about, oh yeah, beats to just study about, you know. So it's like, you know, so that's like, that was the inspiration, like that, and then working out, and then the dancing. So, and then a lot of people love to dance my music, and like the dance community, they love it, they embrace it fully. So I also did it for them. So yeah.
Love that. So here's $1 million question. How do you top this?
I mean, you know, we're just expressing ourselves. That's the thing. I don't think about topping like things in terms of, you know, I just wanna express myself, and this is I see albums that like, this is what I went through in my life. 2016, 99.9% was what I went through in my life after coming out, all that combination. Even making this album, it probably took 6 years because a lot of beats were like a long time ago. Coming to Bubba, even not sure what to do next, you know, and it's like, this album was really like packaged together and like, get rid of me. Came out successful. Same thing with the Timeless, and like, it's all a moment in my life, you know? So I don't really think about topping records. I do a little bit, a tiny bit, but it's definitely a moment in my life. Like an album photo, you know? Like, think about the word album. It's something you went through in your life. Just like Prince. Prince would drop an album every year, and that's all he went through in his life, you know? Like, why would he drop Around the World in a Day, and he'll drop Parade the next year, you know? Like, you wildin'. But that's like, that's just what he went through, you know what I mean? So I think people should see albums, like a lot more artists should see albums that way, instead of like preparing something so huge. And that's cool that they want to do that, but they need to understand that this is just a moment in their life, you know? Like, just showcase what you've been through, and that's it.
You mentioned 2016. You mentioned coming out. How does that shape who you are in 2025?
I mean, I guess it shaped me in the right way. You know, I think there was a lot of confusions about back then about, do I really want to like show myself as a gay person? Like, 'cause I want to be a hip hop producer. Like, what am I going to do? Like, hip hop is mad homophobic. Like, what am I going to do? You know? So it was like a lot of questions that were answered at the end of the day. Like, nobody cares. Nobody cares. So the coming out was definitely more of a confirmation to myself that I'm gonna live as a gay man. Like, because that was a struggle to like, you know, fully accept it, like, you know, and to come out publicly, it was like, okay, you're a gay man, boom, okay, leave it alone. And that kind of like helped me to be like, okay, like, fine with it. At the end of the day, I'm a unique individual, very niche sonically as well. So it's like, now I embrace that fully, and I feel like that came along with the success, you know?
And I was gonna say, and everybody's embracing you.
And I love that, and I'm happy about that. I'm really happy that I got there, you know?
How do you celebrate a Grammy nomination? Is it, all right, head down, let's focus on the reason that we're here, or are you going to treat yourself to something nice? I'm
the kind of guy who's like, I ain't win yet, you know?
Okay.
Like, I didn't win yet, you know? But people are like, no, you should celebrate. Like, this is a Grammy nomination. But I'm like, but I didn't win yet, you know? Like, this is not like, so it's definitely like I should definitely be happy to celebrate, but I know that if I lose, if that's the route that I'm taking, like, if I lose, it's over. Like I'm gonna be sad as hell, you know? But it's okay. It's like, just to be nominated, it already feels like you won already, you know, at the same time. But yeah.
I don't know why, but it always sticks in my brain when I read about you that you came from Maine.
I did.
It's like, I don't expect one of the most successful songwriters in the world to be coming out of a small town in Maine.
Yeah. I love it there.
How did it happen?
It happened because I grew up on this beautiful lake called Sebago Lake, but it was very rural where we grew up, and we had to drive an hour into school every single day.
Wow.
And so my dad would drive us, and he just schooled us on classic rock. And that's how I fell in love with music, because we just had to drive so far to get to school every day. And so I was just getting like minimum 2 hours of schooling of like the Stones and Fleetwood and Led Zeppelin, and I just fell in love with it.
And then you were in your sister's band.
I was in my sister's band. They needed a bass player, and I was probably like 9 or 10. And so I became the bass player, figured it out on the spot, and then I just fell in love with being in a band.
Yes.
Fell in love with songwriting, started playing guitar, and then it all kind of went from there.
What made you start writing songs?
I think being the youngest of 3,
Yeah.
my sisters were both so good at like every sport that we did and everything, and I would kind of follow suit on everything that they did because I was
Sure.
the youngest of 3 girls.
Yeah.
And then that was the first thing that felt like it was kind of like a me thing where I could sit in my room and just do it, and it
Yeah.
just felt other. And I just felt like I could just have my own thoughts and be my own individual person. And then I just, I fell head over heels in love with it and started playing at these like little pubs in Portland with one of my sisters every Thursday night from the time I was like 13 till 18
Wow.
with a bluegrass band.
But you went to nursing school
I did.
for like 2 years.
Incorrect decision. I would have been a terrible nurse, but I did go for 2 years.
Yeah.
And it made me realize that I needed to be doing music. So glad that I went.
Yeah.
Realized can't look at blood.
Yeah.
Not for me.
It's a
But
problem if you're a
it's
nurse.
problem. Joined an a cappella group, also figured out that's not for me.
Yeah.
And then I transferred to Berkeley.
Why was the a cappella group not for you?
I'm just not good at that type of, I don't know. It wasn't like hitting the things in my brain that I love about music. And I watch a cappella groups and I'm very impressed, but
Yeah.
it's not for me.
Yeah. So how did you get into Berkeley? Did you have to audition? What did you do?
Yeah, you have to audition, and I didn't know any music theory. I still don't really somehow. My parents
Yeah.
probably won't love hearing that after sending me to the school. But I just loved songwriting so much. So part of the audition was playing an original song,
Yeah.
and I did that. I did it on bass, and then I did it on guitar with a different song. And
Yeah.
I'm guessing that's how I got in, because I had no reason to be able to get in otherwise on the fact that I didn't know any theory. But
Yeah.
I immediately loved it there. I found a band like very early on.
Right.
Started making music with them, touring a lot.
Is this Amy and the Engine?
This is Amy and the Engine.
Yeah. So that band formed out of Berkeley.
It did. Like very early on upon me
Yeah.
getting there, I was approached by a senior at the school, and they do this project if you're in production
Yeah.
to like find an artist at the school and record an
Yeah.
EP
Right.
as their senior project. And so he found me, and one of the references he said was Florence and the Machine.
Yeah.
As like what he loves to listen to, and I was like, okay, I'll jokingly make my band, because I didn't have a band, but it needed to be a band for the recording, Amy and the Engine.
Yeah.
And then that became our kind of like business card, and we started booking a lot of gigs off of that little CD that he made us, and then
Yeah.
we just kept the name,
That's so
for
funny.
better or for worse.
You come out of Berkeley. You stay in Boston for a year.
I do. I was working at Lululemon in the Prudential Center, saving up some money, playing with the band.
Yeah.
Saving up money to play with the band, losing a lot of money by playing with the band,
Yeah.
and then the idea was always to move to New York
Yeah.
and get the band signed to like a label.
Right. And how realistic did you think that was?
Probably not very. Just the way I thought that like getting into Berkeley wasn't realistic, but I just went for it. I'd saved up the money.
Yeah.
I got there,
Yeah.
and I was taking label meetings, and one of the first ones I went into was really interested in the band, and they were just playing the music over the speakers. It was like that very awkward moment where you're sitting at a long table with some people in the industry and everyone's looking at you. And I just remember listening to the songs and being like, they're not good enough. And if I don't believe in them, how can I ask any of these people in the room to believe in them enough to want to sign me?
Yeah.
So I left the band that day. I was just like, guys, I love you to death. You could be in any band in the world that you want to be in. I have to get better at songwriting.
Yeah. Why did you recognize you weren't good enough? How?
I think just because, like, going back to the music I grew up listening to, how it, like,
Yeah.
I fell in love with music because it just, like, hit a chord. Every song that I loved and every song that made me want to be a songwriter, it just, like, changed my life in a way where I couldn't unhear it. And I just felt like I wasn't even, of course, I'm not going to be as good as Stevie Nicks in my first few years, but I probably will never be. But I just didn't feel anything from the songs when I was listening to them. Like, technically they made sense, and technically they were kind of hooky.
Yeah.
But they weren't, I didn't really feel anything when I was listening to them.
Yeah.
So I went back to the drawing board, and I'm so grateful that I did.
So how did you, when you go back to the drawing board, what do you do?
I go back to listening to things that I fell in love with, and I was really this time like studying them. I was studying them in college, but this time it felt much more like weighted. I didn't have the blanket of like, well, I'm in school, so I had to figure it out.
Yeah. You had a mission.
I had a mission, and I really had like a year in New York before that mission was going to come to a close, and I'd probably have to move home or something.
Just money, you mean? Or
Yeah, And I just studied them, and I wrote with as many people as I could find to write with. And I just like made my life for that year about learning.
Yeah.
Like the greats from the greats and from people that were doing it at the moment. And
What were you doing to make
helped
money?
me.
What were you doing to make money?
I was still working at Lululemon a little bit, and
Right.
then I mean, I was with the band had saved up enough for me to like keep afloat for a little bit. We had played, there was one year, I don't remember, I think it was like we played like something like 200 shows that year, but they were all like not shows that were like cool shows where we'd lose money. They were mostly like shows where we would go to play and like make money, but we weren't, it wasn't like to gain fans. It was to like make money.
To get the check.
Yeah.
Yeah. Those, you got to do what you got to do. So you're living in the city and you're working on songwriting. Are you pitching songs at this point?
No, not really. The few people had come through Berkeley that were like people that worked in the industry.
Yeah.
So a few of them knew about me and would put me into rooms
Yeah.
with other songwriters that were signed to publishing companies, but I was not. And then I met this writer called Scott Harris pretty early on to moving to New York, and he was writing with like Shawn Mendes and all these amazing big artists, and him and I immediately clicked. He felt like a big brother to me, and he became a mentor. Probably like halfway or 3/4 of the way through the year of me living in New York, he was like, I would love to like sign you like to like a publishing company, like a joint venture deal.
Yeah.
And then I met my now manager Gabs that way as well. And
Yeah.
right at the end of my time in New York, I wrote my song, which ended up being like my first big radio song.
Right. Did
So
you?
everything changed then.
That's what. Back to you.
Yes.
Yeah. So I mean, from what I read or heard, I think you wrote back to you in the last. You had one more week in New York
Yeah.
before you were thinking you had to leave.
Yeah. I think my lease was coming up at the end of that month.
Yeah.
And I was like gathering my things together. It was a bit of a moment, but yeah, right at the end.
And then you sat
And
down.
it just,
And you sat down and wrote back to you. And what did you think?
I didn't really think much of it. I knew that I really liked it. I was going through something at that time, and so it felt like very emotionally,
Yeah.
it felt like an emotional thing that I hadn't felt in my songs before. So I knew that. Like it felt like, oh, I really feel something when I listen back to this. And then
Yeah.
Gabs, who wasn't managing me, but my now manager, and Scott
Yeah.
really believed in the song, and they started to put feelers out, and then Selena Gomez took it, and
Right.
yeah, my life changed, and I moved to LA.
How does that happen? Are you aware what's going on when the song gets put out there, or are you?
Not really, especially then. I didn't even know what like a pitch song was, which now I know, of course. It's when
Yeah.
you write the song when the artist isn't in the room, and then
Yeah.
the song gets pitched.
Right.
But no, I had no idea what artists were even in the running of that would even think to listen to a song to then record to then put out.
Yeah.
I had no idea. So
Yeah.
it was completely, my manager now, Gabs, is amazing job at listening to the song, thinking, okay, this artist would sound amazing on it,
Yeah.
pitching it, and then the song coming into the world.
How did you find out?
Originally was going to go to a different artist first. There was like 2 artists that were thinking about it, and the first one I was like, I remember being so excited.
Yeah.
But it was a DJ group, so they would need a vocalist on it. So then it was like, well, now we have to find
Yeah.
who's going to sing it. Is it going to be my voice on it? Is it going to be
Yeah.
somebody else? And then this other artist came in to the mix, and it ended up going with her. And I don't remember how I found out, but I remember the first time I heard it on the radio.
Yeah.
I was with my parents in Maine, actually. And it was the craziest feeling I've ever had. I don't know if anything will top it in music for me, because that moment when you're like, oh my gosh, like
Yeah.
I set out to do the thing and I've just done the thing now.
Yeah.
It was really cool.
And you wrote it what, in like your bedroom?
I started it in my apartment, and then I went into a studio the next day and finished it
Uh-huh.
with a couple people.
And that changes everything.
Everything.
Yeah.
In a great way.
Yeah.
Got me to LA, got me to sign my first publishing deal.
Yeah.
Without Me came about, I don't know, maybe a year and a half later.
Yeah.
Not too much different in terms of like it was something that
Yeah.
I did without the artist in the room
Yeah.
with 2 other co-writers who are now really close friends of mine. And
Right.
it was my first day meeting both of them, and the song just kind of like organically happened, which is a songwriter's dream. And then
Yeah.
that song came out. And that was my first time being part of like a #1 record.
Yes.
I think Back to You went #2, and then this one went #1, and it just felt good to have a second one because I felt a little bit more like cemented in my role as a songwriter, and
Yeah.
it felt like a little bit more validated.
Yeah.
And then I was kind of off to the races, I think.
Yeah. What do you think happened with those 2 songs in your writing?
I think in my writing, I was starting for the first time to like really tap into understanding how to like follow an emotion, like find the through line of the song and follow it without getting sidetracked, without saying more than needed to be said.
Yeah.
Which is a really easy thing to do as a songwriter. You can go down all these offshoots and then
Yeah.
wind up with a song that is saying a lot, but like saying nothing,
Yeah.
you know?
Yeah.
And so to really try to follow the course of not saying more than you need to say and just trying to, every single line is just hitting at what the emotion of the song is. I think I was starting to like really hone that capability, and I was starting to feel like the benefit of it. Like people were starting to connect more with songs that I was turning in. And those 2 songs, I think, yeah, resonated.
Were you thinking at that point, I want to write for other people? Or were you
Yeah.
You
yeah.
always were?
I had made a pretty conscious decision. When I was little, it was like, the only way you can get your songs to be heard is to be you have to be the vessel. You have to do it. Because I'm like, can't be 11 years old and send a song to, you know, Lady Gaga or Selena, you know, you have to just be it yourself.
Right.
And then when I had the band, I loved being on stage. I loved, and I still do once in a while, but once I got to New York and ended the band, I was very consciously like, my mission right now is to be songwriter, not on stage, not on tour at all, like not recording, just writing.
Yeah.
And
why did you make that decision?
To get better and to learn. And I also was starting to realize that being an artist, songwriting is such a, you know, it's not the biggest part of it.
Yeah.
The biggest part of it is being on the road and touring the songs.
Yeah.
And I love the writing. I've always loved the writing the most out of any part of it. Way more than recording in a booth, way more than being on stage, way more than being on a tour bus. I always loved songwriting.
I mean, you're writing with other people, for other people.
Yes.
How do you feel you put yourself in a song, if it's for someone else?
I feel like I had this big kind of like come to Jesus moment maybe like 5 years ago, a few years in after having signed my first deal, where for a long time I was trying, if we were in a session together and you were the artist, you'd be telling me about a story that was going on, which is what we would then end up writing the song about. And I would originally for so long try to put myself inside of your head and think from that point of view of like, okay, how could he be experiencing this? How would this feel? How would he want to say it? And it was a really big change in my, I don't know, I guess my output in the songs that I was making when I realized that is not the right way to do it. The right way to do it is to listen to you saying what the experience you've lived, find the experience within myself that is the closest to that experience, and then we can write a song in a parallel line, you know, with each other. And there's then a much less likelihood that I will say something that doesn't match your experience, because I'm not just trying to anticipate what could have happened with you. I'm actually like, oh, I've lived something pretty similar, which is crazy how, I mean, I can't really think in one session in my entire life that there's been an experience somebody's lived through where I'm like, I can't find something that I've lived through that doesn't line up with that in a, you know, pretty similar way, regardless of genre, regardless of age, regardless of pretty much anything. It's
such an interesting process, and I have to say, for a long time, it absolutely mystified me, because we'd encounter it in Nashville all the time. You know, where that's a whole profession, as you know. And we did, like a couple of years ago, we actually were like, well, let's go do this. And so I called up Natalie Hemby, who I know.
Oh, I love Natalie Hemby.
She's amazing. And she brought Mike Elizondo in, and we wrote a song. And so for the first time, I was like, okay, this is fascinating.
Yeah.
And Natalie is just like a badass pro at this.
She's one of my favorites. I've learned a lot from Natalie.
She's extraordinary. And I came in with such an appreciation of the process and kind of awe, actually. I mean,
it is really funny, because there's really no time when, like, my sisters and my parents, my close people, have never actually seen me do what I do.
Yeah.
And they probably won't.
Yeah.
Which is wild. I could like prop up a camera, but it's always different when there's a camera in there. Like, it is like another person kind of sitting in there watching you, is what it feels like.
Who was the first artist you sat down and actually worked with?
I worked with this artist called Fletcher early on.
Yeah.
And we did a bunch. We did the song called Undrunk early.
Great song.
And I love that song, and I love Fletcher. And I did some like DJ things just because they were like the ones that needed songs the most.
Yeah.
But it's hard. It's like being a new songwriter, especially in today's day and age.
Yeah.
Back then, there were more opportunities to do like a pitch song, which is when the artist isn't in the room. So, I could be writing with myself or two friends or something, and then that song would be sent. But now every artist wants to be in the room all the time. And if you're a new songwriter, it's hard to get in the room with artists. So the game changes like every year.
Does it?
So the whole face of the music industry seems like it goes through a complete 180 every 12 months, which is fun and also scary, and
Yeah.
but keeps everyone on their toes, I guess.
Yeah. Do you have that anxiety of where am I going to find my next hit?
No, I think some days like that'll be a fleeting thought, but I've come to the realization that I just need to keep finding new ways to fall in love with music, because doing it 5 days a week, obviously it becomes a job at that point.
Yeah.
And it's easy to fall out of love with something that was your passion, and then you're doing it professionally, and days you don't feel like writing a song, you don't have much to say, you still go do it.
Yeah.
And sometimes it can feel like a job if you treat it like that.
Yeah.
So my mission right now is to like try do as many genres, as many different types of artists, and just like keep finding ways to fall in love with it. And if that means taking time off, take time off. But staying away from the mentality of like, I need to write a hit today is usually what keeps me in a good headspace. Once I go down that road, it's bad. The song's bad, the brain is bad, it's all bad.
How did you connect with Sabrina?
The first day we met, we wrote the song called Vicious, which was on now 3 albums ago.
Yeah.
But we just got put together by our teams. I had been a fan of hers for a while, and yeah, it just kind of like naturally happened. I don't think there was any, it wasn't this big thing that had been trying to happen for ages. It was just like, we were both fans of what each other did, and we eventually got in the room, and there was an immediate chemistry where I fell in love with the way that her brain worked, and we live and we move through life in our brains very similarly. And that makes it fun to write songs together because we can bounce off each other so quickly.
Yeah. What's the similarity in the brain?
I think in terms of writing, we both are such storytellers. We really love, like, we can't sit down until we're like, okay, this is the concept in like a one-liner.
Yeah.
You know, like we want to have like exactly know what it is. Where some people are very much more, you know, go with the flow, and if you stumble across the chorus melody 5 hours in, you do. But her and I just want to write like the most honest truth in a blunt, right hit at your heart way that we can. And she's so witty, and her personality goes on for days and days and days. And we both we grew up on the same types of music. We love listening back to everything old and really great like storytellers. Yeah. And we learn from them, and we geek out over them, and it makes it fun.
You two have written some of the most irrepressible, undeniable songs in ages.
Thank you.
It's like
we have a lot of fun making them, and I think you can hear that.
Yeah.
I was doing an interview yesterday, and we were talking about I took this class in college, and a lot of my friends that I'm still working with now, we're all in that class together, and they'll like once in a while send the songs around, and the songs I was a part of were so bad. And I think my biggest learning experience in that class was if you're not having fun and you're writing from a place of trying to impress people or make a hit, you can just hear it immediately. Yeah. And the thing about writing with Sabrina is that we just have, even if we're writing a heartbreaking song, we're like really enjoying doing it. You know, like we're really loving the process of it. And I think that's what I love about listening back to songs that we've done the past 2 albums. They'll, you know, front to back, just like I have a core memory for each one, and each one is just like we were enjoying it. I think you can hear that.
When I first listened to your solo album, I remember thinking, what is she going to sound like? Because I've heard her in all these other songs. Yeah. And honestly, it wasn't what I expected.
Yeah. I get that a lot.
Yeah.
I think it's been really nice. It was really nice for me to do that album.
Yeah.
Because my process when I write alone is really different than when I write with an artist. Yeah. I start at the front of the song. I don't write the chorus first, whereas when I'm with an artist, I always write the chorus first with them.
Why is that?
I think because I'm like a pop girl at heart, and to me, I'm like, if you don't have a huge, if you don't have, not even a huge, but if you don't have like a bulletproof chorus that is like hitting somebody here or making somebody want to dance or something, like, why are you writing the rest of the song yet? Yeah. But for me, when I do it for myself, I just try to do it as a cathartic, almost like writing a poem.
Yes, okay.
I wrote a lot of them as poems, and then I put that to music. And so I got to release myself for a whole year, which was really nice, of making something catchy, give it this like replayability, which some of them I of course feel like they do have that, but I really was striving and enjoying to just make something that felt as honest, and like I wasn't trying to hit any marker. I wasn't trying to appeal to any mass market or like make somebody immediately want to hit replay. I just wanted to like say my story and then go on to the next song.
Did you have any urge coming out of that to be the person on stage more?
No.
No?
And I think that's why I really enjoyed making it.
Mm-hmm.
Because I've completely released myself of like wanting to go on tour, wanting to promote, and wanting to do all the things. I really just wanted to make that album so that when I'm a grandmother, hopefully one day, of course I can be like, here's all the songs I wrote with and for other artists, but also I want to have the moment where I'm like, this was just mine.
Yeah.
This was just really a moment in time for me, and I still hopefully by then I'll still resonate with those songs.
Yeah.
And I just want it to be like a very truthful, humble, like representation of where I'm at today, and I feel like I got to do that, which is nice. And then it makes me fall back in love with writing for other people, because now I love the Sudoku puzzle of it all, of being with other people and making a pop song.
What are you most proud of when you hear a song that you've written?
I think when people write to me like how deeply a song has resonated with them, that makes me feel like there's this Harry Styles song that I co-wrote with him a few years ago called Matilda. And it wasn't like a big single. It wasn't a song that was all over the radio. It's like a deep cut for however you want to call it. But that is the song I get reached out to, I think probably the most of any song I've ever been a part of.
Really?
In terms of that resonating with people and like really striking a chord with them, because it's quite an emotional song about, family and hard things about moving forward and leaving people behind and being okay with that. And I think that makes me feel like everything I'm doing is worth it. When I go to a show and I get to see people connecting in real time, or I have people reach out to me and say that song got me through something. Or like, you have no idea how much I needed that, so thank you.
You're usually working with other people, right?
Usually, yeah.
Yeah. Where does the song start for you? Is it in some melody you carry? Is it in a phrase or a lyric you hear?
Every day is different.
Yeah, it is.
Every single day is different, which is why I love songwriting, because it is like you really just never know. Even if it's like I'm going into a room with 5 people or 3 people I work with all the time.
Yeah.
Every day, even with that chemistry of those people, can be very, very different. And it usually starts with about an hour of just like shooting. Just like, where are we all at? What's going on? And obviously if there's an artist in the room, usually that is, who will be talking, like we want that person to be talking the most about what's going on in life and what it feels like they want to vent about or they are excited about. That usually is what the song should be. Sounds obvious, but it took me a long time as a songwriter to even connect those dots. Like, oh, this person's venting about this thing. Maybe that should be what we write about, instead of coming in with like trampoline, the title, let's write, like, so usually that. And then I like to have like the little nugget of this, like, this is what this line says the entire song, so that we know exactly what, where we're hitting at with the verse and the pre-chorus and the chorus, like where we're going.
Is when you say that line, is that a line from the song, or is that kind of like a?
It can be what like the tag of the chorus is at the end,
or just like a tag in the movie promo.
Totally, like the thesis of what it all is. And then from there, I like to do melody and chords kind of simultaneously. And then filling it in with lyrics as we go. It's different all the time, but that's how I like to work. I like to really know what I'm saying before I start getting into the nitty-gritty of it.
It's funny because people have very different processes.
I go into phases in my life where I drive a lot because I live in LA. To and from my sessions. It's probably like an hour each way every day. And I go through weeks sometimes where I'm like, I'm not on the way into the session, I'm not going to listen to anything. I'm going to put my phone on record and I'm just going to sing melodies for the hour. With just even really terrible ones, but just do it. And sometimes amazing things have happened from that. And I would have never, like, it's crazy if you hadn't done that. Like, what song wouldn't have been written if I hadn't picked up my guitar that day? Like, my life would have been, it's wild.
Do they teach that in music school? They don't, do they?
No. There's a few things they don't teach in music. We got to teach them more about the music industry in music school a little bit. I know. We got to prepare our songwriters for
Nobody
the next
would want to go into it then.
Too scared. True. Everyone would drop like flies.
I imagine in some ways when you hear a song, aside from the pride of hearing it and knowing it's going to all these people, you're thinking about everything that happened in the room.
Definitely.
Right?
Yes.
Which is
kind of only that.
Yes, right.
Yeah.
So that's what a song is to you. It's the experience of who you made it with and what happened and the magic and or whatever.
And all of the roundabout ways that you can get to a song. I mean, I've probably lived most of them at this point. Like, there's so many roundabout ways. There are days when we feel like, we're 6 hours into one song and then somebody looks and they're like, I don't think this is good. And then we're all like, yeah, it's not really good, is it? And then we start over and we start something new in the 11th hour and it becomes like a hit out of nowhere. Like that, every songwriter has had that moment.
Yeah.
It's just, a winding road that you really just have to love it.
Yeah. Well, that also is what gives you hope, ultimately, that you'll find another one, right?
It's a little bit like a lottery machine sometimes, too, because when things like that happen, where like you've written 6 hours and then you scrap it, you start something new and something amazing happens at the end, it kind of gives you this feeling like, oh, an amazing idea can come at any time, any place, and I always just need to be open to receive it.
Yeah.
And then it makes it hard to say no to sessions sometimes because you're like, what if that's the day where it's going to happen?
Yeah.
So, that's a whole other mental exercise I've been going through.
Well, that can get you out of bed in the morning.
It can.
Yeah.
It does. It definitely does.
Is there a particular lyric in your song or song you've written with somebody else that you're particularly proud of? Where you're like,
I mean, I just love lyrics. There's so many lyrics when I listen back to them, in particular in the Sabrina album, where I like you said, I just remember the moment so clearly in which that lyric happened and came about.
Yeah.
And honestly, it's kind of a blur of like who does what in it because we're all just having so much fun that I just remember. I remember more like the body motions of what's going on. Like I remember Jack playing the piano on Please, Please, Please. Like, I remember him writing it.
Yes.
I remember him doing the guitar bit on Man Child on the new album. I remember Rosie doing the Apate drinking bit. I remember her teaching us the game of that song, song of that game. Like, I remember so many moments, and I rarely remember, like, oh, I did that, or he did that. Like, it kind of becomes this weird amalgamation of just, like, sensory overload of how songs get written.
The only way you make that happen is by starting the machine going.
Yeah. And not being afraid to say something stupid.
Yes. Boy, that's
what I say to all like up and coming songwriters, because I've had that moment so many times in the room where I'm like, I feel like I have something to say, but like, oh, I really don't want to like just make everybody think I'm terrible. But those are always the sessions I look back and regret when I don't say the thing, because once you get the ball rolling and then it breaks the ice for everybody, and then the song can begin. Were
you at all intimidated in the beginning being in the room with some of these artists?
You know, I actually wasn't. And I think it's because I'm one of 3 girls and I'm just really used to like being in a dynamic where we're all speaking our minds and we're kind of going back and forth, and I just feel like I'm kind of like a born listener, and then I'm also just like songwriting is my favorite thing in the world. So like I love listening to stories as much as I like giving, giving lyrics and doing the things. So I don't know. I felt like I've kind of like sunk into it pretty naturally, but it definitely like etiquette of a session is a thing. Like how if we're in a room and you say a line that in my brain I'm like, I don't know how to fit that into the song. Like I do not know where you're coming from with that. I don't know how. It doesn't rhyme with what we're trying to rhyme. You know, like there's moments like that where you're just like, and then having the etiquette to move through that is a learned skill for sure. And and people do that with me too. Like I'm sure there's been a million times where I say something and people are like, no, and then they move through it. And then when you have a shorthand with people that you love working with, you can just be like, nah, probably not. Let's keep going. You know.
It is so true. And every time you change a person in the room, that whole mix changes.
Yeah.
It's kind of amazing how easily you slipped into this.
I mean, it feels like a long road, but yeah, I guess.
It's not really, when you think about it, is it 7 years now?
Yeah, it's been like 7.5 or 8 years of like doing it professionally, like since I like signed my first publishing deal.
How many songs have you written?
Oh my gosh. On my iPhone, I think right now, you know, the voice memo app is like where I keep all the things. I think there's something, and I've only had this one for like 2 years. I think I have like 15,000 notes, which obviously those aren't all full songs, but I don't know. I'm doing 5 sessions a week pretty much every week of the year. Wow. My girl math is not good, but it's a lot. I'm writing a lot. And I just love it. Like, it doesn't get old. There are days when I'm like, okay, I don't have something to say right now, so maybe I should just have this be like an input period, not an output period, but I just love it.
See, you said this a couple of times in interviews I read, that you reached a point where at some point you said to yourself, I have to live life in order to be able to write about life. How do you do that?
Well, I feel like as a songwriter, it's a bit of a luxury to be able to be like, okay, I'm gonna go live life for a little bit. I'm gonna like peace out and like go do my thing. And I think at the beginning I didn't have that. I had like just signed my first thing, and I was like, I need to prove myself. I need to solidify myself. So I did something I was talking about with my manager last night. Something like, I don't know, 90 days straight. And some days would be doubles. I'd do one session and then I'd leave it at like 6 p.m. and go to like a nighttime session and do that. And it, you know, it burnt me out, but it also helped me. I mean, I love that it made me find my people quicker of who I love to work with, all the things. But I mean, finding time to have the ebb and flow of like living it has now, you know, 7 or 8 years into my career, it helps me so much because it allows me to be okay with saying no to sessions for a little while, which for a while I was not okay with doing, like what I said before, the FOMO of being like, what if a hit gets written in that day? But now I feel like I'm like, you know what, I've been doing the thing now for long enough. I deserve to just go live a little bit because I will be better for the artists that I work with when I come back, having just been listening to music, being with my family, my friends, experiencing life. Because if you don't, like all of our favorite artists or songwriters, you listen to them and you're like, that person has lived that. That song is good because that person has like really lived that. And if you're not living those moments to write about, you know, why are you saying anything about it? You need to have the things to say. So I found that it helps me a lot now, and I've gotten a lot better at taking time off.
It's hard in the beginning when all these things are coming at you, the opportunities.
It is, and it's hard when you love it. Like when you love it as much as I do, it's like, why would I take a week off? I want to be with my friends in the studio writing songs. It's what I love to do, but sometimes you got to force yourself.
You had a huge moment at the Grammys.
It was a moment.
It was
definitely it was a moment.
Yeah. You also had a sort of near fashion disaster.
Did you read about that? Yeah. Lots going on at the Grammys last year for me. Right when I sat down, like honestly probably less than 2 minutes before my category was called, this beautiful dress that I had like helped this woman made for me. It was this beautiful thing. It's just, I just hear like, and I was like, oh no, only me, only me. And then oddly, I was wearing this jacket and it had this, part of like the design of this jacket is this huge safety pin. And so my boyfriend everybody was like, we're looking for something, and he was like, wait, I think you have a huge safety pin on the back.
So you literally took that safety pin?
So he took that safety pin and like MacGyvered somehow the entire back of my dress with that one safety pin. And so luckily, I mean, I was terrified walking up on stage, don't get me wrong. I was like, this could be really bad for me right now, but it wasn't. And my whole family was there for the day, and spending that with them because they've been my biggest fans since day dot of me playing bass guitar in, you know, my sister's rock band. So it was very special.
Another story I read about was you were at the Oasis concert in LA.
I was.
And McCartney was he in the same room
Yes,
with you?
he was in the same box.
Yeah.
And he's been like really, obviously of any songwriter, I'm like, if I could meet anybody, I want to meet Dolly Parton and Paul McCartney and John Prine. And I do have a list, but I just couldn't believe I was looking at him. So I was like, oh, I just have to go say something. I don't even know if I told him I was in music. I like fully still black out what our conversation was. But he was very nice. And then my dad sent me this video that was going around on Twitter of Paul McCartney in the box filming the whole concert, which was so cute. Like his love of music is like, that's why he's so good, because he loves it. And then my dad was like, look he was at the same show you were at. And I was like, Dad, I'm the girl playing like air drums right in front of him, like rocking out. My dad didn't even notice, but yeah, it was a huge night for me. And I just love Oasis, obviously. Huge.
No, I love it when you see one artist sort of filming another. I've seen it. It's like
it's the best.
Yeah, when they just go back to being a fan.
Yeah.
That's really cool.
Yeah.
You're in the middle of a tour right now.
Yeah.
How's it going? Because this is your first band.
Yeah. It's going. It's a dream. I mean, so the last time I did a headline tour.
Yeah.
It was all club shows.
Yeah.
Like 200 cat venues.
Yeah.
And I couldn't sell any of them out. And all I wanted to do was just sell out a show. So now, all of a sudden, there's demand. Like I walk on stage every night and it feels like I'm in a movie. I was like this isn't supposed to be my life, you know.
Have you made the adjustment?
I'm working on it.
Yeah, it must be quite a head trip.
It is. It just freaks me out to go to a city that I've never been to and like see thousands of people that like know me.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, okay,
Yeah.
welcome.
This really just happened like that, right here.
Yeah, it's crazy.
I mean, you wrote a song here in your bedroom?
Yeah, so this is the story. So I was going to high school.
Yeah.
School was not for me.
Yeah.
But I was just getting into songwriting, and I listened to an album from Bon Iver called
Yeah.
Forever Ago.
Yes.
And it was like the first album that like I discovered myself, that like my dad hadn't necessarily put me onto. Like he put me onto Radiohead and some of my favorite bands.
Yeah.
But the first album that I discovered myself that really spoke to me.
Yeah.
So I wrote a song, Caroline, after listening to that album. And keep in mind, this is probably like in the like the 15th song I've written in my whole life.
Yeah.
You know, very amateur. But I wrote it and I posted it online. When I finished it, you know, I expected to wake up the next day and get bullied at school, but like overnight it went like semi-viral.
Yeah.
So
How many?
like 200,000 likes.
Wow.
And I couldn't believe it. So the next day, like every record label is in my email inbox.
Literally the next day?
It's crazy.
You were 16 at this point?
Yeah,
What did you make of all that?
it was a dream. I mean, all I wanted to do was just have a career in music.
Yeah.
I mean, like when I was growing up as someone who liked making music, it like I already ruled out like the idea of being, you know, an artist that can tour and like put out albums.
Why
Like,
did you rule that out?
Because like what you hear when you're growing up is that it's, you know, it's 1 in a million. Like no one can become a pop star or rock. Like it's impossible.
Yeah.
So I'm just like that. It's not gonna happen to me. So I was like, okay, I want to try to be a producer or work in the business or be a songwriter, figure out a way to be in music somehow.
Yeah.
But this kind of made it within reach, you know? I wasn't near where I am today, but
Yeah.
it was like, okay, this is a possibility. This can be my job.
You did some theater as a kid.
Yeah, yeah. Funny enough, I woke up the other day to discover some videos of me as a theater kid got exposed all over the internet this past week, and they're going viral. And I'm like, shoot, man. Why? I don't want people to see that.
Why not?
No, it's cute. But it's just like that's my childhood memories. It's not for everyone, you know.
Yeah. I get it.
Yeah.
Did you already had a love of music when you were doing that, or did it also come from that?
Oh yeah, I mean it also like I feel like the storytelling aspect of musical theater like unlocked a new thing for me, and like I wanted to do that with my songs as well, and also so my live show, I wanted to approach it like a play rather than just a concert. It's like a concert and a play. So we have 3 skits in the show that I wrote.
Yeah.
And like one of them is funny, one of them is like an interactive skit with a fan, and then one of them is more emotional, but it's like a play. Like it's the live show is like based on a late night talk show. Yeah. But I'm actually just like insane, and there's no host, and I'm the host, and I'm also the guest, and musical. It's all. But anyways, I wanted my live show to be like a play, and that's kind of like from my history of musical theater. That was
you did a little bit of that at 12 to 12, didn't you?
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of based off of 12 to 12. It was a talk show. 70s.
Which is a great song, by the way.
Thank you so much.
It's really a great song.
Really appreciate it.
And a great video too. So this thing happens, and all of a sudden, you got a record deal.
Yeah.
And what are you thinking?
I'm just trying to convince my mom to now let me drop out of high school.
Yeah.
And my dad's like, you know, the music.
You mean to let you drop out of high school?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And my dad's like, go for it, because you know this is like what he wants.
Yeah.
And then my mom is like, okay, but like no one knows who you are yet, which is, you know, respect that, because she was right. Like if I'd stayed at that point, I probably would be back in this house where we are now.
Yeah.
But I was like, no, this is what I want to do. If I were to go to college, I would want to go to college for music.
Yeah.
But I have this opportunity right now. So I took it.
Yeah.
I dropped out and I just developed my craft, and nothing really happened for 2 years.
Yeah.
And then I made Back to Friends.
Yeah. You've said in a couple of interviews that Back to Friends kind of saved you.
Yeah, it's true.
How?
I mean, I was in my head a lot for like the next 2 years. Like, okay, I'm signed to this record deal. I left high school, you know. Like, if I wanted to go to college, I'm gonna have to go to high school, back to high school, and finish high school, which is embarrassing.
Yeah.
I don't want to move back in and like be a disappointment. So I'm kind of just in my head when I'm making music for the next 2 years.
Right. But you were trying to live up to a record deal.
Yeah, I was trying to live up to a record deal, which I mean, any artist that is in the position I was in, that gets signed, that says that they don't care about that, or you know they'll never succumb to their record, it's a lie.
Yeah.
You know, once you sign a record deal, once you're a public figure,
Yeah.
There's always that part of it in your mind.
Yeah.
But then, you know, it went on for so long and it wasn't working anymore. I was at a low point. I'm just like, I'm just gonna write what me and only me want to hear. I don't want to assume what anyone else wants to hear, what will be successful.
Right.
And that the first song was Back to Friends.
How did you know when you got to that point? Was there something and you said, I've got to do this my own way?
It was just like I was very depressed and nothing else was working, and I was like, you know what? It's probably over. Let me just make something for fun. Something I have missed since I got signed was me being innocent, making music because I loved to make music when there was no possibility of it being my career.
Yeah.
So I wanted to feel that again.
Yeah.
And that's when I made Back to Friends.
It's so interesting. It's that simple.
It's all about the mind.
Yeah. What did you hear when you wrote that song?
The first thing was just the energy, like the vibe, like when I first made the beat, like it was so simple, but something about the way the drum groove with the piano moved me.
Yeah.
And then when I played one guitar chord that was just kind of droning throughout. And it just the atmosphere I created just felt so special. So I made the instrumental.
Yeah.
I wrote like one chorus and it didn't work.
Yeah.
And usually when that happens, I'll just scrap the idea and move on. Because if I start an idea and I don't like it that night, I'm never going to touch it again. Mm-hmm. But then the next day, I looked at it again, and the verse came to me.
Yeah.
And, you know, I started mumbling out words, and I got it, you know, in like 5 minutes. And then that same night, I was just playing around with the chorus melody, and then the sentence, how can we go back to being friends when we just shared a bed?
Yeah.
Something like I always wanted to portray in a song was like the struggle of like being intimate with someone, then walking past them and, you know, acting like nothing had ever happened.
It's very relatable.
I wanted to make a lyric about that.
Yeah.
So that came out of me that night, and I layered it, how you hear it in the song with like all these different vocals.
Yeah.
And I listened back, and I got that feeling that I got when I wrote Caroline, which is the song that got me discovered. Mm-hmm. And that was the first time since Caroline, so this is like 2 years later.
And how many songs?
A lot. Maybe 100.
Wow, really?
Yeah. I mean, like, I just knew.
You did know?
Sometimes you just know.
Yeah. When did you finish that? You released it around Christmas. How much before that did you?
Yeah. So I finished it probably like that week, you know. So before I finished it, I posted it online.
Yeah.
Because I don't know.
You posted
there was no plan.
Yeah, you posted a part of it online.
I posted the chorus online. Yeah, that chorus. Just like a 10-second snippet, and it got like 50,000 likes.
Wow.
Which is not like a hit. It's good, but you know.
Yeah.
So after I posted it,
Yeah.
I finished the song. And Christmas is approaching, so for Christmas break, the whole music industry shuts down for a whole month. I mean, like, you can't get anything done. But I really wanted to just get this song out because of how special it felt. I was like, I just want it out. My label is like, you know, like whatever. We're just throwing stuff at the wall at this point.
Yeah.
You know, like, they're just letting me do this.
Yeah.
And like, there's not going to be any marketing or like anything with the rollout happening around Christmas. It's just not a thing.
Yeah.
Especially for an artist in my position at the label.
Yeah.
So I put it out like on Christmas. But no playlisting, like as I expected, nothing.
Yeah.
0. But it was my biggest debut on the platform yet. Like even bigger than Caroline. And Caroline had way more demand. People listened to it and they kept listening to it. So it's my biggest debut, but it's not a hit.
Yeah.
But it was enough for my label and the people around me to be like, oh, what's going on here?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Something's happening here. It kind of just stayed straight for like a month. Nothing really happened. But I posted it on the internet every single day.
Yeah.
I believed in it so much.
Yeah.
And then slowly but surely, it started climbing. And then it got to a point where it's like, I'm not even doing anything. It's just going up. People are like when something becomes a hit, and it becomes like out of your control almost. It's like you just sit back and watch it. And that was like that moment. This wasn't supposed to happen to me.
Yeah. But it did.
It did. Thank God.
In the middle of that period of time when you were struggling, I mean, were you thinking this isn't gonna happen?
Yeah, 100. It was never. I was like, it's not happening.
Yeah. Which had to have been
Hard.
Yeah.
Which is why I was so depressed. Like, I started hanging out with the wrong people. Like not even doing music as much anymore. Like going out every night. Like I was just avoiding it until I would eventually have to come to reality. But something inside of me, I was like, I wasn't gonna give up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You've described yourself as a very emotional kid.
Yeah.
What exactly do you mean by that?
Ask my mom. No. I would be lying if I said I was not a troubled kid.
Yeah.
I caused a lot of issues. I was emotional about a lot of things.
Yeah.
I had a lot of anxiety. And I caused a lot of issues as a child.
What do you think that was about? I'm just curious.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I just always felt insecure and I wanted to be seen or a part of something.
Yeah.
I never felt like I was good at anything or a part of anything.
Yeah.
Until I realized that I was good at music. But I didn't even realize that I was good at music until other people told me that I was good. I just never felt like I belonged.
When did you first realize you were good at music?
When I posted that thing online and all these dream record labels,
So it was really that moment.
Yeah.
Yeah. But you said people told you were good at music. You didn't believe them.
I don't believe them.
I mean, that puts what happened with Caroline in a whole other perspective.
Yeah.
Because it not only took off, it validated you.
It validated me.
Talk to me about your writing process a little bit, because I know, from what you've described, typically it starts with drum loops?
Yeah. So I always start with the drums.
Why is that?
I build vibe before I build anything.
Yeah.
So I feel like the drums and the tempo of the song will determine the vibe. Either this is going to be an upbeat song or a ballad or in between. And the way the drums move, I think, just decides the vibes.
Yeah.
I'll start with a drum groove, and then I'll either pick up a guitar or sit at my piano and come up with a chord progression or a melody. So then I'll have drums and a instrumental melody. And then I'll mumble out a melody from my voice, and then I'll turn that into lyrics. And if it doesn't work, I'll delete it and I'll start a new one.
Yeah.
As many times as it takes that night for me to come up with something good.
You'll delete the lyric or you'll delete the whole thing?
The whole thing.
Really?
Yeah.
Because I know a lot of songwriters would save it thinking there might be something in there later on.
I just know.
You do?
I just know if I'm gonna, if I write something and it just doesn't instantly speak to me, I'm gonna delete it.
You don't write lyrics separately, ever. It's
No.
always in coming out of the music that you've laid down.
Yeah, it's kind of like freestyle. Like it's as I'm producing out the beat. So I will make a beat and then I will mumble. I'll figure out what vowels sound good over that instrumental.
Yeah.
Like it's weird, but it's all about like flow and like how a vowel sits and then I will structure the words around that.
Yeah.
And then whatever that first sentence is what the whole song will be about. But I don't go into writing a song with a plan. Oh, this is going to be a love song. This is, but then it turns into something that becomes a story about my life that I write, and it's a very special process.
Yeah.
I like it a lot.
What's special about it to you?
Because I go in without a plan.
Yeah.
You know, I feel like it's a different thing than sitting with a guitar and you're in your mind. You're like, okay, what's this going to be about? You know, you're overthinking everything.
Yeah.
But I go in and I just do it. I just do it. I just force it out of me.
Right.
And then it just comes.
And it sounds like you've pretty much always had faith in that process.
Back in the Caroline days, that's when I was sitting with a guitar and writing a song.
Yeah.
And like my first EP that no one listened to, I was doing that. And then and then around Back to Friends time is when that sort of process started.
When you had the success with Back to Friends, you wrote Undressed pretty much right after that, right?
Yeah, so Undressed was the next song I wrote after Back to Friends.
Yeah.
Back to Friends gave me a confidence that I'd never felt before.
What was the confidence it gave you, do you think?
Well, as a 19-year-old,
Yeah.
was the sole writer and producer,
Yeah.
which I didn't mention that. I'm the only person that touched that song.
Yeah.
Making a song that becomes one of the biggest songs in the world out of nowhere gives you some sort of like, oh, maybe I'm I'm not the oh, you can't even put that in, right?
Don't worry about it, keep going.
Sorry. It gave me a new confidence. Like I myself as a 19-year-old, this made one of the biggest songs in the world.
Yeah.
It sounds crazy to say. It didn't come from a factory. It was in my bedroom. I wrote it and produced it.
Yeah, right here.
Yeah, right here. I came out of nowhere. It's like sometimes you sit in a chair.
Yeah.
And just like the dopamine that you feel will it doesn't matter what comes out, it's going to be special. And that is what I've felt since Back to Friends. And that's why Undressed came and 12 to 12 came.
Yeah.
And I still got more in me.
So when something like this happens, you kind of go from not even 0 to 60, 0 to 100 in an instant. How have you dealt with that?
Oh, I haven't. I'm still figuring it out, man.
Yeah.
You know, I'm taking it day by day. I was kind of pushed into this spotlight, and all these opportunities are coming, and like all these new people.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, what's going on?
Yeah.
But I love it. I'm so grateful. I think the thing that keeps my head together is staying true to what got me here, and it's not celebrating this or taking a break. It's continuing to write songs and play live, because that's what I love to do. That's why I do it.
Yeah.
And that's all I want to continue to do.
Yeah. Was it intimidating at all to put together a band for shows that, you know, now selling out and you're having, you know, 5,000 people?
No, it's so fun.
Yeah.
I love it. And they're some of my greatest friends.
The band.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's such a special bond, like you know, going out with a group of people and playing in front of 5,000 to 10,000 people.
Yeah.
And then going back into that room and debriefing it. It's like we just did that.
Yeah.
And it builds a special bond.
Had you done a lot of club performing before?
Yeah, I did my first North America tour in the clubs, not sold out. Probably would be 25% full.
Yeah.
So kind of awkward. And I loved it. But it was a much different thing. I was kind of in my shell. I wasn't very confident yet.
Yeah.
I'm so glad it happened when it happened, because I feel like if it had happened when I was younger, I would be done by now. Like I wouldn't have been able to handle it, but I feel like I kind of had just reached the maturity to handle this level of success.
Yeah.
So I'm very glad it's happening now.
How have you found living in LA, by the way?
I love it. It's a different thing, but it's kind of my life there is kind of peaceful.
Yeah.
And I love my collaborators out there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a different vibe than New York, obviously.
Very different. I'm a New York boy forever in my heart.
Yeah.
100%.
For the 12 to 12 video, you actually you reached out to Addison Rae over what, Instagram?
Yeah. So I'll tell you the 12 to 12 story. So I made 12 to 12.
Yeah.
I wrote it and produced it.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, this is the best song I've made. It feels so special.
What was it about that song that you felt was so distinctly you?
So distinctly me. Well, it's just another one of those songs that poured out of me. It felt like the most nostalgic Daft Punk songs. That's the only way I can describe it.
Yeah.
It gave me the feeling that like listening to Daft Punk gives me.
Yeah.
And you know that feeling.
Yeah.
It's weird. That's how I describe it.
Yeah.
The feeling that Daft Punk gave me.
That's not what you set out to write. It's just the way
It's not what I set out to write, and it's weird because like look at my influence. Like Daft Punk is not. I love Daft Punk, but it's like that is not my vibe.
Yeah.
And it's cool because it's different than it's a disco song.
Yeah.
I've never made. That's the first like disco song I've attempted to make.
Yeah. What made you attempt it?
I don't know. Like I was just bored. I was like, I was just like, oh, this isn't gonna be. I'm just having fun, and then I make it. And I'm like, oh, it's actually good. So I was like, okay, I gotta put this out now.
Yeah. Okay. So you've made this song. You really love it.
I love it so much. My album's gonna come out the next month. This song like isn't even supposed to make the album, but I'm like, no, this is the lead single for the album. This is the last single for the album. So I tell my label, I want a music video for this. This is a smash.
Yeah.
So we make a music video.
Yeah.
And the music video is this weekend.
Yeah.
Okay? And we don't have a love interest. We're like looking at modeling agencies, like trying to find a love interest. And then I remember that Addison Rae followed me like 2 weeks prior on Instagram. And I messaged her, I was like, love your music. And she messaged me back, love your music too, been listening to it, whatever it was. And I'm like, wait, Addison Rae in the music video. So I reached out to her.
Yeah.
It's Wednesday. The music video shoots Saturday. Wow. Addison Rae is like a very famous star. Okay.
Yeah.
And she I reached out to her. I was like, just trust me. We FaceTimed. We just like had an instant. This is our first time talking, but when I hung up with that FaceTime call, I did a backflip. like I just connected with her so hard. And then she was like, yeah, let's do it. And I'm like, okay, that was easy. So the weekend came and we did the music video, and it was one of the most special days of my life. Like I felt like I was creating a very special piece of art that would live on forever. Like I'd never felt so fulfilled, you know. And she was just incredible. Yeah.
She choreographed herself.
Yeah. We had choreographers, and she was like, she showed up and she's like, nah, I'll do it myself.
Yeah.
And we're like, okay. We're like, I wonder how this is gonna turn out. And then she starts doing her thing and everyone's like, so good.
Awesome. When did you meet Tony Burr?
So when I first signed, my A&R,
Yeah.
Chris, introduced me to Tony. He was like, I want you to learn from someone. And I wanted to learn from someone.
Yeah.
I was, you know, the song that I wrote that got me here was so amateur, and I thought it was amateur. I was like, how did this even work?
Yeah.
So I wanted to learn from someone older, so I was introduced to Tony. And usually when you sign to a label, you do a speed dating process with 70 producers, you get all confused, and you know, whatever, you pick one. But Tony was the first guy I met, and I knew who he was because he produced Phoebe Bridgers, who I listened to in high school a lot. So meeting him was sort of a surreal thing, and being in that room, you know, he works out of the studio where Nirvana worked out of, Fleetwood Mac.
So it's that sound.
Yeah, yeah. So many people. And I was, you know, just dropped out of high school, flown out to LA, and all of a sudden I'm in this room. I'm in this room.
Yeah.
And Tony and I just like, he was like 68 when I met him.
Yeah.
I think, and I was 17.
Yeah.
But we like had this instant bro connection. We just clicked. We just knew that we like we knew that we were a match, and we just started working together. We did a week where we made records, and we just became best buds. And I'm committed to working with Tony until, forever.
What would you say the musical connection was?
I think he saw something in me, and I think he is so passionate about teaching people, not just about music, but about how to be a good person, and how to be a good artist. And the first thing he does when you start working with him is he won't even let you make music. He'll talk about his favorite movies and his favorite books. And he'll play you his favorite albums. He's just trying to teach you about stuff you've never heard of. And I find it's like going to school. And he just does this because of the love. And any other producer in this business would not do that. And he's the only guy who it was clear he was in it for nothing but the love. Now, this fresh new kid on the block is gonna make me all this money. No, he is not that guy. He is the guy that wants to create a legacy and wants to create culture and impact. And I'm that guy too. So that is why we connected so hard.
What did you learn from him playing you all that stuff and telling you about the movies he liked and the books?
I learned that the Beatles are the greatest band in the world.
It's a good school. It's right about that. You got a shout out from Taylor Swift. What does that feel like?
I mean, crazy. Taylor Swift, I grew up being driven to school by my dad, and we listened to the radio, and it's Taylor Swift. Taylor Swift is one of those stars that has always been famous as long as I've been alive. So it's kind of like breaking the simulation in a way. Like waking up to see her mentioning me, it's like, me, the same kid that thought I was never gonna be an artist, it wasn't a possibility. Now the biggest living pop star is saying I'm amazing. I still don't know how to describe it. And I'm so grateful and just shocked that I'm at a point now where some of my heroes are recognizing me. It doesn't feel real. I love Taylor Swift. I love Taylor Swift.
No, that's a lot to process. The VMA performance, which was awesome, by the way.
Thank you.
That was your first really big television video performance, yes?
Yeah. It was insane. I'm at rehearsals, and I'm like, okay, I got off, I did my dress rehearsal, and then I look, and I'm like, Tate McRae is doing her dress rehearsal. Why am I in this room? It was just surreal. Oh yeah, Sabrina Carpenter's dress. Damn, I saw that before everyone else. It was the moment it hit me that I was being looked at as one of these pop stars.
And what did that feel like?
This weird feeling in my chest, almost like an anxiety. I don't know why it gives me anxiety. It's just I think it's the fear of being so public. It hit me when, I'm on that stage and Sabrina Carpenter's walking off stage after she just received an award. And all of a sudden I hear, live in 3, 2, 1, and now Sombr's, the person introduced me. And it's just happening. It's live. I'm at the VMAs and I walk out there and it's the people cheering, the crazy fans, how it happens at the VMAs. But I'm on that stage. It's one of those feelings where I saw the other, I'm a kid who watched that, in this house on the TV, and now I'm on the other, I'm seeing what the pop star sees. I'm all these kids and I'm in an arena and there's cameras. And then I'm halfway through singing the song and I see in the corner of my eye, Ariana Grande dancing. And that's when I started, I almost missed my next line. And that was the best day of my life.
You've had quite a few pretty great days in the last year.
Yeah, I'm very grateful.
You mentioned writing by yourself.
Yeah.
Why do you write alone?
It's not because I'm I think I'm the best songwriter in the world, or you know, I have a crazy ego. It's really because when I write, it's such a vulnerable, real thing for me.
Yeah.
And I'm almost shy. And if I were to write with someone, I wouldn't be able to write my best work because I'm super scared of people's opinions, and a lot of the stuff is hard for me to write, like emotionally.
Yeah.
So I cannot have people listen to my music until I think it's complete, and even then it's like hard.
Yeah.
No hate to people who write with other people. I think that's a beautiful thing to collaborate.
Yeah.
But it's just something that's like not a possibility for me.
You think it might be one day?
No. I mean, I've tried it.
You have?
It like just with good friends for fun, and it doesn't work. It just does not work for me. I have to write alone. It's why I love it so much. I love being in my own head and just like,
Yeah.
it's great.
What does songwriting give you?
An outlet, a therapy,
Yeah.
an escape.
What's it an outlet for?
It's an outlet for everything that I feel.
You can always find a place for it in the music.
Always, yeah.
Yeah. That's a great thing to have.
Yeah, it's the only place I can store those feelings.
How does it feel to you to sing them later?
Sometimes it's exhausting, but usually it's very cool because I feel like I can almost relive it every night.
Yeah.
People are always like, "Aren't you tired of playing back to friends?"
Yeah.
Because it's my hit,
Yeah.
and people just assume that the artists are sick of their hit, and like,
Yeah.
but every night I feel like I get more passionate about playing my big songs because it's like I feel like I get to relive the feeling that it gave me, and I feel like I'm just so grateful that these songs got me there. It's the greatest gift to be able to write a song and be able to perform it for people who sing it back to you.
Yeah.
And who have been moved by that song.
If you're shy in person, what happens out there?
It's weird. I'm like very self-conscious person.
Mm-hmm.
Like I don't love the way my body looks all the time, and like I feel awkward about the way I move.
Yeah.
And like I overanalyze it. You know, it's not helpful receiving a lot of comments about that online, which is pathetic. But when I get on stage and I'm in front of a group of people that are there because they support me, like I feel so welcomed, and all of a sudden I move the way I've never moved before, and like I'm actually dancing. And I only discovered this about myself like 2 weeks ago when I played the first show of this tour, and I'm playing for the biggest crowd I've ever played for.
Yeah.
And this is a Sombr show. And I just started dancing.
Yeah.
Which I would have never felt comfortable to do. I wouldn't do it right now.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I'll do it when I'm on that stage.
What's happening then, do you think?
I'm realizing that there's a place where I can be fully myself.
Yeah.
That is with my people on the stage.
Yeah.
And in the writing room.
That's got to be a great feeling.
Yeah.
I mean, I would think in the moment that you do it, and I mean, were you conscious of it when you said you started dancing? Were you suddenly conscious, I can't believe I'm doing this?
Yeah, I think it was like, I'm here.
Yeah.
Now I'm going to do what a rock star does, and I'm going to move like Jagger.